Logos is the icon of the Father, and man is the icon of God. We are the image of God.
Dyer wave
3.
Dyer wave
3.
The arts reflect the soul, the spirit of a people. Architecture reflects the soul, the spirit of a people. And so therefore you can see the degeneracy, you can see the degradation, and the loss of aesthetics, the loss of the idea of there being harmony, order, symmetry in aesthetics is connected with the loss of a coherent worldview and philosophy. Dyer wave
3.
Dyer wave
3.
Dyer wave
3.
Science comes out of medieval universities. This may be totally lost on modern people, but no, actually modern science comes out of universities. Guess where universities come from? Byzantium. What is the theology of Byzantium? Orthodoxy. The longest running empire, the most successful economic empire in the history of the world was Orthodox. It was Byzantium. So we give universities, we give civilization, all these things come from the treasures of Orthodoxy. So I would say that we can prove that our morals, our theology is from God. I'm not saying that just because of history it proves it. I was just rebutting certain points that he made about history. We've actually built civilizations. Canon law is very important in the history of law. History of law theory, universities come from orthodoxy. So when we reject dialectics and dialectical tensions and the presuppositions of dialectics, which are the very root of all Gnostic systems, are all built on dialectical tensions and the assumptions of dialectics, all the way back to Plato. When we reject that, what we're left with is a unique revealed anthropology and a unique metaphysic, a unique worldview, a unique ethic that is not just in theory. It's actually been proved and stamped into history in the longest empire in the world.
Dyer wave.
3.
We've learned so much. If you've been on the Jay's Analysis ride, a lot of you guys are new. I understand. That's cool. Glad to have you here. But some of you have been with me for the long haul. In fact, there are some who've been with Jay's Analysis for 10 years, reading it back in the day. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way. All right, what's up? Welcome, everybody. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday. And I had a bunch of things going. So, as you know, live streams aren't always on time. But who cares? That's the advantage of being your own boss, is that I don't have to start the live stream at the time appointed. And so I can lie to myself. And I can defy my own orders because I'm my own boss. And so in a way, I'm kind of rebelling against myself, which is weird and meta. And I might even fire myself. Who knows? Who knows? All is a possibility in the weird, wacky world that we live in now. Anything is possible. Anything. You can be anything, anybody, you can identify as a thing if you want to. Like an inanimate object, I'm saying. Not a thing, like a dirty person thing. All possibilities are now actualities in the new crazy world that we inhabit. So today we're going to be doing our usual Discord live stream Q&A that we do. And I'm going to be talking about... Hey guys, we're going to start the live stream, so you're all welcome to hang out in here, and then in a minute we'll open it up for the open forum after I give my opening Protestant baggage sermon salvo that I give. So as we all know, for the J. Dyer cult, it's a clever mix of Protestant theology, philosophy, weird things I've made up, and the cult of personality of being the internet's first transitioned and retransitioned and then transitioned again e-celebrity diva. So here we are. We're doing it. It's real. Reality has collapsed in on itself. And we're going to be talking about some things that really just annoyed me this week. Just the really low tier arguments and kind of weird things I see people saying with good intentions regarding, say, scripture, economics. Has anybody ever thought about the fact that maybe scripture, maybe tradition has something to say about economics? That economics isn't the domain of Satan, right? Jesus just cares about church, and then everything else is the world of Satan, right? This is kind of the weird evangelical pietist attitude that a lot of people have. And I think that there needs to be some correction in this area because has anyone read Sirach? I mean, we lectured through the entire book of Sirach 2 years ago, and Sirach has several places that talks about economic principles, theory, good and just business principles. What? I thought Jesus is anti-business, dude. Jesus is anti-money, bro. Really? Anti-money? Doesn't Paul say the laborer is worthy of his wages when he talks about tithing and taking up a tithe in the church? Duh. Doesn't Jesus say give alms? If money's evil, why is he telling you to give it away to other people? I mean, so they can sin? I mean, is that I give the money to the poor man so that he can sin? I mean, this is just so stupid. Just the childishness, like the constant childish, stupid stuff that keeps going on, especially in the people that come against this channel, that come against what we talk about, that come against what we do, even from the domains of the Orthodox Church, just saying ridiculous stuff. And it's so just childish and cheesy, right? Even priests and bishops saying ridiculous things, not from my jurisdiction, but from these other weird jurisdictions that I don't know anything about. And I mean, who can come up with anything crazy or radical that we've actually said here? Nobody. So they just lie. They just make up stuff. They just say stuff and just hope that it sticks with when it, most of the time, the stuff people say is just crazy, ridiculous stuff. So we're going to talk first. Let me give you a couple texts that I want to look at that are totally relevant to this topic. And we're going to talk about the divine mind. We're going to talk about some of that stuff too, because as I've been reading the simulation hypothesis book, and I did go deeper into Ray's book. So remember, guys, I told you we'd be talking about Singularity by Kurzweil. And I read the sections there on VR and all that, nanotech. And then we've read the simulation theory book by this MIT dude. I've not read the whole book. I've read about a third of it. And what I'm starting to notice is a lot of simulation theory stuff is really just cribbing from recent discoveries relating to intelligent design and the people in the domain of intelligent design. I mean, yeah, obviously the world is designed and highly structured. And that's not a teleological argument, dummies. That's just the principle of teleology, right? Which we never disagreed with. I don't know where people get this dumb idea that if you believe in presuppositionalism or transcendental arguments that you don't give evidences. No, the debate with Trent was about justifying the principles. It had nothing to do with whether or not there are evidences. In fact, I said in the debate, there's nothing but evidences for Christianity. What's that debate here is the interpretive framework for how we interpret evidences and the justification for our epistemic first principles and starting points. And that's where Trent collapsed in the debate when I asked him to justify his strong foundational starting point, and he said he couldn't because they just are. And then he later said it's justified by an appeal to things like cogito. I mean, that's circular, right? So on the one hand, you can't be circular, but then again, you are circular, right? So the foundational argument appeals to something else, which is a circle, because it's no longer foundational. But then circular arguments aren't the case because it's just self-evident and foundational. Anyway, but it's just, I mean, it's not Protestant to know the Bible. This is just so dumb. I don't know, like, what are people thinking? The idea that you're bad or you're being unfaithful to orthodoxy because you know the Bible. I mean, no, rather to the contrary, many Orthodox Christians are ignorant of the Bible, and that's a problem. St. John Chrysostom has a famous quote where he says, "Why are you not reading the Bible? Do you think the Bible is for the monastics?" He says, "You need the Bible more than they do because they live it every day. You laymen ought to be in the Bible more than the monastics," Chrysostom says. A famous quote. Is that Protestant? Come on. I mean, again, let's not be so just childish, immature, Dunning-Kruger in this stuff. So let's look at the first principle here, which is that, number one, a couple misunderstandings that are kind of obvious. Is it inherently wrong to have money? Is the Bible, anti-money? Well, why does the Bible have so much to say about money and economic policy if it's inherently bad? Right? And everybody, Jesus says that a rich man can't enter the kingdom of heaven. Okay, but there are rich men in the kingdom of heaven. Now, many of the saints were fabulously wealthy emperors. Abraham was a very wealthy man. Job was a very wealthy man. So money itself is not the problem. The misuse of money, the misuse of wealth, the misuse of anything is the problem. So the first principle that we want to critique is the Gnostic idea that some things are evil in themselves. And that is actually a Protestant type of position. It's a Protestant position to think that the world system is literally Satan's system. Okay, when Scripture uses the world system, it's talking about the fallen operating system of Satan. Okay, it's not talking about government itself. It's not talking about warfare itself, because there's actually a principled Christian, read the Roquefort Defense of Warfare, self-defense. It's not talking about guns themselves or swords. I mean, are you aware that most of the patriarchates have bodyguards? What do you think do you think bodyguards carry LARPing foam swords to defend? Do you think the Pope's bodyguards have foam swords? I mean, this the childish. People are so childish. It's so stupid and ignorant of all of these texts that talk about sound monetary policy. Now you said, what? Sound monetary policy in the Bible? I thought Jesus said you're evil if you're... Where do you think wealth comes from? And what do the saints who talk about the orthodox social theory say about money? Do they say that you're evil? No, they say that you're evil if you don't use the money that you have to help people. And so Chrysostom says famously in his homilies on that, Basil on social teaching, if you're wealthy, God gave you that to help people. He didn't say God gave you that because God is secretly tricking you by giving you money and ultimately leading you into the path of the devil. This is just childishness, superstition. It's superstitious to think... Can somebody mute, please? It's superstitious to think that these things are evil in themselves. None of these things are evil in themselves. However, they can become idols, traps, tricks through the misuse of those things. I mean, do you not realize that monasteries ask for money? Every Orthodox church asks for money. Why would they do that if money was evil? Now, are you aware of what fiat currency is? Are you aware of the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill? So everybody is participating in the existing monetary system is participating in a usury debt slave-based scam system. So how are you going to attack crypto if you're already participating in a scam system and you're calling people, oh, you're mark of the beast, boy, the mark of the beast. Again, this is so stupid. We're going to get into some of these dumb objections, which we've covered, I don't know how many, 4 videos now where we covered these, but we have to keep doing it because every day, like my Instagram, when I put up some of this crazy stuff people said about Bitcoin, I'm really disappointed in my audience. I thought you guys, not you guys in the chat here, but over on Instagram, there's a lot of weirdos on Instagram. And just the terrible, terrible arguments. Bad arguments, just pitiful arguments. About how every one of those arguments about Bitcoin that weren't schizo level, there's a dude that said that Bitcoin was an AI from 500 years in the future to enslave us. What are you talking about? There's another dude that's crazy, literally insane. I don't know how anybody doesn't see this person as insane. That Dan Pena, that boomer that screamed at the audience about becoming a trillionaire. And Putin created Bitcoin. This is so dumb, dude. I mean, just like, who is believing this stuff? Anyway, well, let's set all that dumb stuff aside. We'll get to more of those objections here in a minute. And we're not just going to be talking about money today, but I want to talk about the biblical principles of money. The church fathers thought about this because for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, usury was not allowed. East and West. And I think everybody knows now that the papacy, the Renaissance papacy, started allowing centralized banks to do usury. Yeah, that's a fact. So the papacy evolved its position, shocker, on usury. So if you're against usury and you're some sort of purist, well, you're a hypocrite because you're participating in the Federal Reserve's fiat system. So unless you're out there literally paying for your groceries and your, whatever with gold doubloons, right? Unless you're a freaking Spanish conquistador, literally buying crap with, treasure chests, then you're a hypocrite because you're participating in a worse system. Every argument against Bitcoin specifically, and I'm saying Bitcoin because it's not inflationary and it's such a hard asset, is 10 times worse for fiat. Anyway, first text, Proverbs 11. Do people remember Proverbs? I mean, again, we lectured through all of Sirach 2 years ago. And how many chapters did we see, as we're going to see here in a minute, dealt with sound principles for money? The first one is Proverbs 11. Let me see. I think I can pull this up on the screen here. I think I had it pulled up. Yeah, here we go. Let me turn this on for y'all. Beautiful audience here. This is the fast boy audience. The Instagram audience is a bunch of slow boys. So we have to feel sorry for them today. But we're going to try to help them out. Some dude even said, why are you trying to talk to these people? they're beyond talking to. Well, I don't think I think we have a lot of reasonable people that can be talked to. We have an open-minded audience too, in a healthy sense here. So what does Proverbs 11:1 say? Well, dishonest scales are an abomination, but just weight is his delight. This is just a simple proverb pointing out that God does not appreciate monetary policy or economic policy that operates on the basis of theft, that operates on the basis of unjust weights and scales. And I'm sure in the ancient world, there was a lot of scammers that would, when they weighed out the gold as opposed to, the other currency or whatever, they had unjust scales where they cheated. Now, does it say that God delights in you having no money? Well, maybe. He might call you to that. But again, even monasteries ask for money. Monasteries aren't moneyless. I don't know what planet you think exists where people don't have money and don't take up a tithe when the New Testament says take up a tithe. It's just really silly, right? I mean, this is childish. But there's many, many evangelicals and many, many super pious Orthodox who want you to know how pious they are, who are, they're more pious than anyone else, and I would never be involved. Okay, really? Do you work a job? Do you save your money each week? I mean, what are you talking about? Do you get paid? I mean, unless you're a hermit in the hills, I'm not going to listen to that objection because it's hypocritical. And by the way, spiritual pride is worse than having a lot of money. Because having a lot of money itself isn't bad. If you use that money in a bad way, that's bad. Right? That would be vanity, excess. But, I mean, how many times does the gospel say, many times over, that spiritual pride, publican the Pharisee, is worse than even the sin of luxury or excess or vanity? Because that's the chief sin of the Pharisees. Their chief sin is spiritual pride. So the people who think they're better than everyone else because, what does the Pharisee say when he starts listing off what he does? I give my tithe. I tithe I do this, I do this. And who walked away justified? The publican. Why? Because he was more honest with himself and his standing before God. He recognized, hey, I'm not any better than anybody else out here. And if I am better, ultimately that's going to have to come down to God's judgment. It can't be me setting myself up as, I'm better and more spiritual than all these other people because I did this. Right? I mean, the Pharisee lists off his righteous deeds that he's done. And then the things the Pharisee says are good things to do. Right? Now, well, what about the rich young ruler? Wait a minute. Now, what in the story of the rich young ruler, what is the idol? Right? Because Jesus says, what are the commandments? Right? Well, the two greatest commandments are love the Lord and your neighbor, with all your heart, and love your neighbor as yourself. Right? And then Jesus says, okay, now give your money to the poor. And then he's went away grieved because why? Because that money had become an idol. So the purpose of that story is that, no, actually the rich young ruler was deluded to thinking that he had kept the law when he violated the first commandment, which is what? To not have any idols. So the money had become an idol to the rich young ruler. And I mean, I don't know how many people read that parable and think that it's the parable is saying that money is evil. I mean, Paul says the love of money is the root of evil. Again, there's no way to avoid Manichaean Gnostic ideas. And many ascetics, many people fall into this mistake. I'm not saying asceticism is wrong, but they think that asceticism is an end in itself. And then how many saints and elders say that better off being married in many cases than trying to do the ascetic life in the monastic setting and then thinking you're better than everybody. Many saints and elders said the married people get in heaven before you. Because again, what's the worst of all? Spiritual pride is the worst, according to Jesus. So recognizing that is the point of many of these parables. And yeah, there are many warnings, right? Why? Because the temptation of wealth is such that it can become a very powerful idol. But again, you don't want to fall into the heresy of Gnosticism by thinking then that things themselves are evil. Even an evil system, the system itself isn't evil. This is a metaphysical principle that we have to learn that Orthodox Christianity holds to, the Church Fathers talk about, which sets us off against all the Gnostic and heretical Protestant evangelical ideas that things in themselves are inherently evil. Money is an evil. Sexuality is an evil. The misuse of those things is what is the evil. And even the things themselves don't become evil. Even when your passions are disordered and you give way to your passions, did you know that the passions that you have, they're still not evil? It's the misuse. See? And then look and notice how prevalent this metaphysical error is in the history of many sects, many groups. Think of the medieval flagellants, right? Where they're whipping themselves to pay off, for whatever, because they think their body is what's causing them to sin. Your body doesn't cause you to sin. Giving in to the passions is what causes you to sin. And so the idea that systems are inherently evil, money is inherently evil, these are all Gnostic heresies. Again, how else would God delight in just weights and measures? I mean, shouldn't the text say, God doth not delight in any monetary policy, but rather it is of the devil? I mean, this is how people think. This is just so childish. Now, again, I'm not trying to, by the way, be some kind of Dave Ramsey evangelical goober who's telling you, prosperity gospel, like, oh, you just put your, what is that, Kenneth Copeland say, oh, if you just give money, you'll see the faith. I'm not even going to say God's name over and over like he does, which is blasphemous, taking the Lord's name in vain. But that's another extreme, right? This crazy extreme of, if I tithe, then I am guaranteed to get tenfold increases in monetary returns. like tithing is some kind of investment. Like it's a spiritual stock market and you get money back. Right? So all of this is the misuse of things. All of this is the extremes, right? From one extreme to another. Two obvious extremes here. One being money is bad and evil. It's what the devil set up. And by the way, these same types of weirdo groups, they think the state is evil. Satan created the state. I've even heard a Orthodox priest one time tell me this. What? Have you read Genesis? Satan created the state? No, the state is established with Noah and the death penalty. But I mean, there's Orthodox people who think that Satan is behind the death penalty. This is just crazy. I mean, are you a Marcionite? Where do you think the death penalty comes from? Have you read the Old Testament? It doesn't come from Satan. It's just such ignorance and bizarre ideas. Like, I don't even know. That's a Baptist idea. That's like Roger Williams, Rhode Island. Satan created the government. I mean, it's just dumb. And why do people think this? Well, because a lot of governments are corrupt. Oh, okay. But a lot of fathers are corrupt. Did Satan institute the patriarchal household because some fathers are corrupt? I mean, this is just so childish. Why are people in these positions of authority saying such dumb things that are just so fundamentally childish, silly fallacies. I mean, imagine thinking that the same argument with the death penalty, right? The death penalty should be tossed out because it's abused sometimes. Really? So we should get rid of husbands because sometimes a husband abuses a wife. This is just so silly, childish. And most of the time, by the way, these arguments are made on the basis of emotions, emotional appeals. Nothing to do with facts, nothing to do with history. Literally, most of the time, it's just dumb. And people don't even know what an emotional appeal is and why that's a fallacy. Right? Well, the governments have persecuted people throughout history. Yeah, a lot of groups have persecuted people throughout history. So what? That has nothing to do with the truth or falsity of the positions. All right, so let's look at the next text. Cyric doesn't really want to pull up on this. Let's see if it's under. I think I have to switch over here to King James because it's not going to come up under New King James. Dude, look at all these ridiculous versions on here. We don't need 5,000 Protestant versions of the Bible. Ecclesiasticus. Or maybe it'll be under Cyric. Come on, dude.
I think the RSV has a Cyric translation too.
Does it? Okay. If it doesn't pop up, because sometimes the old King James will pop up with Cyric. Do you know the Anglicans included the Deuterocanon in the original Anglican Bibles? So remind your KJV onlyist buddies that the original KJV included the Deuterocanon. So that'll freak them out if they don't know that. We'll go to the Catholic one because I know it'll be in the Catholic one. So let's see that. Okay, here we go. Cool. Cyric, let's start with 16, and then we're going to go to the Q&A here in a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about the divine mind and that kind of stuff, but let's see. Cyric, we want to go to 16. All right, so let's look at some of these principles in Cyric. By the way, Cyric has a lot of good things to say about medicine and doctors. Did you know that? Right, so... But does that mean we default believe everything every doctor tells us? No. That's, again, childishness. So I'm sorry that reality is complex. I'm sorry that it's not a simple, slogan formula that you can follow. But, that's time to put on your big boy pants. Listen to my son, and acquire knowledge. Pay close attention to my words. I will impart instruction by weight and declare knowledge accurately. The works of the Lord have existed from the beginning of his creation, and when he made them, he determined their divisions. So we notice that the beginning of the created order is something planned, designed, ordered, has structure to it. And although I don't think this is necessarily immediately referencing the Logi, there are actually some other texts in Cyric that do kind of hint at the Logi, that everything is patterned on the divine mind. So I think that's implicit in this text, even though it's not explicit there. But note that at the beginning of the creation, he determines the divisions of the order and of the nations, and he arranges the works in general order and their dominion for all generations. By the way, Paul is quoting this in Acts 17. If you didn't know that, Protestants who think that the Deuterocanon the Deuterocanon is quoted in dozens of places in the New Testament. I'm sorry you don't know that, but it is. And so Acts 17 is referencing this. But notice that there's an application of the numerical principles to everything, to times, right? And it's going to be even clearer as we move into the next chapters. Then he goes on to say that they do not crowd one another's side. They will never disobey his word. After the Lord looked upon the earth and filled it with the good things, and with all kinds of living beings, he covered the surface, right? So it's talking about Genesis and the created order. We're going to go a little bit into 17 and then skip on over to 42, which is even clearer. The Lord created man out of the earth and turned him back to it again. He gave to man few days, limited time, but had granted them authority over the things of the earth. He endowed them with strength like his own and made them in his own image. So this, by the way, is speaking of both pre and post-lapsarian man at once, right? Because in the beginning there wasn't death, but then God limited man's days by number, right, after the fall. And keep in mind too, in Genesis 1, when it talks about the creation of the world, it says that the sun, the moon, the stars are given as, in a sense, regulators for the times and dates. So it's like a giant clock that regulates seasons and the liturgical cycle. No, I'm not talking about flat earth. My argument here has nothing to do with that. I'm just talking about the fact that it is correct. And most of the ancient medieval world viewed it this way. I think there's a Wolfgang Smith book about this, as the world is, the stellar phenomena are like big, it's like a big clock that you're in. So the universe is a big clock, basically. And so, let's see. He gave them, made man his own image, placed the fear of them on the beasts, talking about the fall. Then it says he filled man with knowledge and understanding and showed them good and evil. So he's talking about then post-lapsarian man, right, how the world is different, pre and post-fall, but it's speaking of both things at once, as if, right, it's as if it's the same state, even though we know that the pre-lapsarian world is not identical to the post-lapsarian world. Now, if we look at the next text where it gets a little clearer, this is Sirach 42. Of the following things do not be ashamed, and do not let partiality lead you to sin. The law of the Most High in his covenant, the rendering of judgment to acquit the ungodly. Now notice here, God is involved in the legal sphere. Okay? When Jesus says judge not, he's not saying that you can't have judges in courts. Right? This is so silly, childish stuff, right? Do not be ashamed of keeping accounts with a partner or with traveling companions. So keeping up with monetary principles and policy, who owes you what, keeping your bank account, storing up, it's not inherently wrong. It's a wise thing to do. Now, if that's your goal, if that's your idol, then that's an idol. That's wrong. But it's not the storing of provisions, making preparations for, bad seasons. Just think how silly this is. Like people that lived in Nordic countries, like, oh, we shouldn't prepare for the winter because that would be lacking faith in God. No, you should prepare the way that God has given you the means to prepare. Right? Keeping accounts, dividing the inheritance with your friends. Okay? So in other words, there's going to be inheritance. Did you know the Old Testament had inheritance laws? Why would God see fit to give inheritance laws if God didn't care about these things, right? Why would Paul give you all these principles from the law about tithing if he didn't care or if those things were inherently evil? Well, they're not, but we need to be mature here. So, in fact, in verse 4, it says, accuracy in scales and weights and of acquiring much or little, do not be ashamed of acquiring much or little or of profit from dealing with merchants. Did you see that? Notice the warning, though. Do not be ashamed of these things, but also do not let partiality lead you into sin. So there's nothing to be ashamed of in running a business and making a profit, of using just weights and scales and measures, and of dealing with merchants, and of disciplining children and so forth, right? So then it goes on to say a little bit more, and it says, where there is an evil wife, a seal is a good thing. So watch out. Don't let your evil wife take your Bitcoin. Better have it stored, locked up, offline in a hard wallet. Whatever you deal out, let it be by number and weight, and make a record of what you take in. And then it goes on to say that anybody that's wise will listen to this kind of stuff, right? So you have a ledger, keep up with your money, keep up with your finances, right? You're not serving Satan by using wise monetary policy. But how many people are childish, foolish, silly, acting like all of these things are evil in themselves? Look, unless you are in the monastic life and you are living a hermetic life, even, you're going to need these principles. How are you going to have a family and a household if you're not using these principles? So again, a lot of people get on the internet and they just spout out stuff acting like they, have this spiritually superior position. And they don't even know that Sirach has all of these texts talking about how to do biblical monetary policy. Now, one last text, we're going to look at Wisdom 11. And that's a famous, can somebody mute please? That static is loud. Then we're going to go to Discord here in a minute. All right, so this is Wisdom 11:20. And the poor Protestants, they're deprived of all these things because they don't have the deuterocanonical books. Even apart from all these, men could fall at a single breath when pursued by justice and scattered by the breath of his power. But thou hast arranged all things by measure, number, and weight. So just as God has arranged the world in terms of his providence, in terms of the divine pattern of creation on the basis of the divine mind, everything is patterned on number, math, weight, and just principles according behind these things. So basically the idea here is that just as God is intending you to do just weights and measures in your business deals, that's because God has structured the world according to just weights and measures. Now, but wait a minute, the world has sin and there's mutations. That's the fallen world, right? So this world is not as it was intended to be. It's fallen. And let's mention one other thing, which is about usury, because this comes up a lot. Oh, well, wait a minute. The pagans use this argument. We hear this from the pagans all the time. The God of the Old Testament is evil because he told the Jews that they could practice usury. And then everybody goes to the story of Genesis 49, where Joseph stores up for Egypt the money, and then the other people starve because Joseph has stored up that, and he's able to, help out Pharaoh and his family. Now, number one, the purpose of that story, yes, it has a spiritual application, obviously, with Joseph being a type of Christ, right? So most of the time, the pagans that use this argument, they don't know anything about typology, and they don't know about a lot of the Old Testament texts, obviously having a primary import in terms of predicting Christ. And the other point is that not everything that was told to the Jews in the Old Testament is a standing command that continues into the New Testament. And you say, well, how do we know? Where are we going to figure this out? Well, guess what? There's a church. The church has already determined this. And so one of the things that the church dealt with in the first 1,000 years was the principle of usury. Does usury continue over as a principle that, for example, if it was allowed to the Jews, does that mean that now the church can practice usury? Well, there might have been, some of the Renaissance popes might have used that argument. But we don't see that type of argumentation in the first 1,000 years. The idea is that a lot of the temporal laws that were given to the Jews in the Mosaic Law have their fulfillment in Christ. So they were allowed to do certain things, right, until the coming of the Messiah, which then negates or fulfills some of those things. So usury, right, in the Old Testament was forbidden when it came to your brethren. You can't do that to your brethren, but the pagans could have usury exacted upon them. So that's how that worked in the Old Testament. That was a form of economic warfare that could be used. And by the way, if you read the story with Joseph, when Joseph stores those things up in the granaries, he's doing a version of prepping, right? Because he had been shown the coming famine. And because Egypt had blessed Joseph, they were blessed in that same way. And Joseph is a type of Christ. So the primary meaning of that text is not that God is there wanting you to gyp everybody so that you can have zillions of dollars and enslave the nations to debt. The purpose of that text is that it's a type of Christ, and Christ fulfills his storehouses of grain, or the grains and so forth, being the Eucharist, and blesses the Gentiles through the church. you see. So it's not a continuing weapon of warfare any more than the Mosaic commandments about stoning continue on, in the sense of the church has to stone people that sin, right? So you see, we don't do a one-to-one correspondence between the Old and New Testament. The stoning that occurs in the Old Testament is signifying that the sins put you under a state of spiritual death. So in a sense, in the New Testament, the stoning is spiritual death. And the New Testament corollary to the stoning is that you're no longer able to attend the Lord's Supper. You are banned from the supper. Now, that doesn't typically happen through excommunication. Sometimes it does. But when we sin, right, in the Orthodox Church, we go to confession because we don't want to partake in a spiritually bad state. Because we know, according to Paul, partaking of the Eucharist in a spiritually bad state can lead to your death. Which, by the way, shows that it's not a mere symbol. Mere symbols don't kill you for partaking of them in a bad spiritual state. So another like indirect proof of the real presence, by the way. And Seraphim Hamilton makes a good point too, that it's a part of the liturgy to have the offering placed on top of the Eucharist before the prayers, because our tithe is part of that return offering back to God. God has given us these things, we give them back. And not just the money, but all of life. But guess what? Money is part of all life. So how could money be evil if we put it into the middle of the liturgy? Duh. Do you see how silly this stuff is? Like the hyper spiritual attitude, the pietistic evangelical Gnostic attitude, is even contrary to the liturgy itself, where you put the money, the offering plate, it's supposed to be on the bread when the prayers happen, you see. And that's a great point that Seraphim Hamilton makes, which, again, wouldn't be possible if money was inherently evil, you see. Now, to be more precise, although money isn't inherently evil, money systems can be erected, which are forms of slavery and warfare, economic warfare. I remember mentioning economic warfare on Twitter maybe a year ago. People were like, what are you talking about? What even is that? What do you know? What sanctions? Sanctions are put on countries as a form of economic warfare. The IMF debt model is a form of economic. You don't know about this. You don't know what that is. It's a common thing. This is part of warfare. And this world has fallen, and it includes warfare. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't that way. But nations go to war against other nations. Power blocks go to war against other power blocks. That means that other entities, foreign or domestic, can subvert your nation through many means. Biological warfare, psychological warfare, economic warfare, cultural warfare. This is basic history. I mean, and I was on some thing the other day, and people were like, this guy's just got a bunch of conspiratard nonsense. He has no facts. The basic fact of history is warfare. I mean, what are you talking about? You don't know. These are people who don't know anything, right? Ready to sound off, ready to tell you. By the way, do you run a business? Why would I listen to some goober on the internet, a random ass profile? Have you ever started a business? But you're going to tell me about economic policy? By the way, all the people who hate Bitcoin or think they know all about it, like, you should have already been a zillionaire, right? Because you know it. Like, so you would have made those gains, right? But how many of the, no, all of the people who are mad about it are the ones that didn't get on the train, right? Like Peter Schiff, who didn't get Bitcoin for all these years when people were talking about it. And let me tell you something. I made the same mistake, right? So back in, where were we at? 2012, Bitcoin was new, right? Hear about this? And I had dudes on the Austin podcast, the crypto show, back in 2013 or 14. They had me on like 2 or 3 times. And they were begging me to get a wallet, and they were going to give me free Bitcoin. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. A wallet? What? I was an idiot. And I went and wrote a long ass essay talking about how it was a scam and it was part of the one world currency. And I was wrong. I was an idiot, right? Because I thought I knew all about this. And I already had a bias where I interpreted everything according to a very black pill paradigm that nothing could be good. Everything's part of the system. It's all a scam. Everybody's evil. And then over time, I started realizing I didn't actually know what I was talking about. Like, I just assumed I was right, you know. I'd never learned anything about blockchain technology, never learned anything about different cryptocurrencies, different types of protocols and all this kind of stuff. So I had no idea what I was talking about, but I thought I knew. And that's the danger here, right? A lot of people, and I see dozens and dozens, hundreds of comments every week from everybody on the videos, on all the social media. People think they know what they're talking about, and they don't. Not just in economics, not just in theology, but in all of these domains. Now, obviously, that can't be helped. That's the reality of this world. But what I'm trying to tell you guys is have an open mind. You need to be willing to learn. As you get older, the more you get hardened in your ways, I mean, there can be pros to that, and there can also be cons to that. One of the pros can be, well, I don't appear unstable, right? Because I've had the same views for 20 or 30 years. Okay, but maybe you're wrong. And you better have a good case as to why you're not wrong and why opposing positions are incorrect or weak or false. So I was wrong about Bitcoin. I thought that it was a bunch of the things that it wasn't. And so I had to admit I was wrong. And in 2017, I changed my mind when Bitcoin was $3,000. I remember the first time it was $2,800. I was like, all right, I'm ready to buy this. And then I called my bank, and my idiot bank was like, you can't buy that. It's not legal. I'm like, yes, it is. Go look at the laws, goofus. And I literally had to talk to like 5 different bank people, boomers, and I had no idea what this was, and still don't. Like, it's not illegal. What are you talking about? Anyway, so the point of today is not about Bitcoin. We'll do some other stream about that. I mean, it's Sunday. We're not going to get all into a bunch of, because you're talking about mammon. Okay, so mammon, money is not necessarily mammon. Money can be mammon if it becomes an idol. Mammon is an idol, right? It's like a demon. Is an idol anything, Paul says? No. But when people worship it and perceive it to be that. Now, are there people who idolize Bitcoin? Of course. That's dumb. It's silly. It's just a technology, dude. What do you think? This is some kind of... But people think it's like a savior. Okay. Yes, the world functions on the basis of economics. That's true. Money, energy systems. And having a better system is possible. Let's talk about that first. Is it possible to even have a better system? Sure. But does that mean that a better economic system is the savior of the world? Of course not. Because a system itself is a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how it's used. People using the systems who are either virtuous or malicious, virtue or vice, that's going to determine how it's used. So it's just like a weapon, right? Weapon can be self-defense, or it can be something used to murder people. Killing is not the same thing as murdering, right? One is a crime, and one may or may not be a crime. One might be self-defense, right? So let's not be rash. Let's not be stupid. Let's not be get ahead of ourselves, think we know it all. We got it all figured out because you watch 5 conspiracy videos about the Federal Reserve. Well, guess what? If you watch conspiracy videos about the Federal Reserve, then you would know that Bitcoin is the opposite of that, because you'd realize that it's the opposite of a fiat thing. And by the way, anybody who listened to me in 2017 is up 20x, and anybody that listened to me last year is up 10x. And I mean, it's like people are still arguing with me over this. Well, I'm sorry, we're just gonna have to let you go, bro. We're all gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. Okay, so if you're not going to listen, then okay, then go buy your fiat dollars and have a good time with the fiat system collapsing. Especially the goofy boomers who come at me all day about this. I don't know why boomers have such a hard time with this. I mean, it's like boomers are all about stonks and making them gains. And they're like, well, I got about 5% gains on my stonks this year. 5% gains on your stonks? I mean, have you looked at what Bitcoin has been in 5 years, 10 years? What are you talking about? But see, the boomers don't know what fiat money is and why that's a bad thing. A lot of them do because people are getting wise to this. I mean, we've had, 15, 20 years of Ron Paul educating people on fiat currency? So at least some of the boomers and Gen X people, they're kind of figuring out that, okay, yeah, the dollar is like, this is way off, right? And could it be fixed? I mean, maybe it's possible for a nation to go back on a gold standard. But I mean, the way things have gone in this goofy country, I mean, I don't expect anything to be fixed anytime soon. So I'm not going to go into another Bitcoin. I mean, I've covered the pros and cons of Bitcoin many times. You can go watch those videos. And we're not going to talk about Bitcoin today. We're going to talk about tag, the divine mind, and all that. But I did want to make a point about the biblical principles of economics. Okay, so with that groundwork laid, then we can understand that money isn't evil. And what we're looking for is sound currency, not inflationary currency. And Bitcoin is one of the things that does that. And so when you understand that inflation is the theft of your money over time, then you start to see the logic of this. I'm not hating on boomers by pointing out a blind point in boomer logic and perception. That's not hating on them. In fact, my godfather, he has done very well now in crypto because he listened to me. So he does not have it. My point is the blind point spot that a lot of boomers have when it comes to economics, because they're insulated against the idea that there could be a scam at that level. Well, there couldn't be a scam at the level of the Federal Reserve. The whole system wouldn't work. They would tell us. Oh, they would tell us. Why would they do that to us? Yeah, exactly. The fact that you don't believe that people would do that to you is why you get duped, you see. Well, the mainstream media, why would they lie to us? They wouldn't do that to us. They tell us the truth. Well, the Pfizer, the companies are good. I see their ads on the TV. Well, they wouldn't lie to us. I mean, right? Well, I've got that over the super chats, so let me fix that here. Move that. Anyway, so basic principles of economics, right? And by the way, have you noticed that in Jesus' parables, I know the point of the parables is not primarily economics, but in many of the parables, have you noticed that Jesus actually talks about wise investing as an example, right? So for the example to hold, the investments that the person did have to be wise investments, right? And I never understood the text. Doesn't he say that the sons of light have to, I forget how the phrase goes, but they have to utilize the things of this world to a degree? It's always, I never understood that text when I was Protestant. It's a really weirdly worded text, but it's like the sons of light, the sons of this age are wiser than the sons of light or something like that in some area. I think it's in the domain of economics. Now, yes, so people in the chat are mentioning Michael Saylor. Now, I don't agree with all of Michael Saylor's geopolitical analyses, obviously, but the points that he makes about engineering are making the points that I make. And when I did that analysis of the silent weapons document, the white paper, you can see that, oh, that's making the same point that Michael Saylor always makes about closed systems and open systems, and how the money systems can be a way to drain wealth over generations. That's the problem here. You see? Anyway, so a couple more points about the divine mind, because that always comes up. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that, yes, guys, and I do want to touch this article before we go to the chat. So what I'm noticing as I read the simulation hypothesis books and going back and reading Ray Kurzweil's chapters on it, and then reading this guy's, I'm just telling you what book I'm reading. I'm not recommending this guy's book, but this is the source. Rizwan Virk. Sounds like a rap name. Rizwan. Rizwan. I don't know what kind of Eastern European country that originates out of, but Rizwan Virk is a MIT guy who's developed video games. So he basically has put out this book, and somebody said, when are you going to talk about Nick Bostrom? Well, he talks about Bostrom, so I'm going to be talking about that. That's all for the part 2. So people went, well, why are you taking time on the part 2? Because I had to get this book in, then I had to read it. So in the part 2, for the subscribers to the metaverse simulation theory talk, we'll get deeper into this. And I'm just letting you guys know, because a lot of people said in the comments, are you going to touch on the Nick Bostrom paper from 2003, which is the first kind of academic paper doing the theory of this, right? So yes, I will touch on that, because he starts the book out by talking about that. Anyway, he goes on to talk about all of these things in information theory. Oh, interesting. He talks about Platonism and Neoplatonism. Interesting. That's what we've been talking about. And he talks about Gnosticism, Carl Jung, the Matrix, all the things you would expect him to talk about in the book. Yes, they're all there. So the point here is that, yes, my initial suspicion is becoming more and more confirmed that the people that are promoting simulation theory are people aware of the challenges to the Darwinian materialist paradigm, that's collapsing. And they are taking intelligent design people's arguments, and they're saying, oh, wait a minute, dude, look, it's like, so the way that a virtual world works when you program a computer or video game, like the world seems to work a lot like that. And it's like, whoa, mind blown here. This is what people who are creationists, presuppositionalists, I mean, people have been saying this for a long time. Now, why is that being allowed to be in the mainstream? Because they're presenting it in a Gnostic way. So they're taking all the intelligent design, which doesn't even make any sense. How dumb is that? How are you going to appropriate the Gnostic view when the Gnostic view is that the evil creator God has us imprisoned in this universe? And they're saying, oh, well, but so it's designed by the evil creator God, right? So wait a minute. So the universe is designed. It's a simulation. And by the way, he goes into talking about how you're going to upload your consciousness, all the transhumanist stuff. That's what it's a bridge to transhumanism. Now, wait a minute. The system has said for the last 100 years, you don't have consciousness. Oh, but now you're going to upload your consciousness to the cloud. You're being scammed, dude. Right? Now, I'm not saying this guy knows, because a lot of people don't know about worldviews and scams, right? At that level. They really believe this. I'm sure this guy really believes simulation hypothesis. Because when you don't have a coherent orthodox paradigm, you're susceptible to delusion. And you will believe crazy contradictory things. Like, you'll believe that you live in a holographic simulation, but you can escape it by uploading your consciousness to the cloud, which is part of the simulation. It's so stupid. Like, there's full of all these dumb contradictions. And these people think their mind is blown. Whoa, mind blown, dude. When they're just repeating ancient Gnostic heresy. And he even says it's just ancient Gnostic views. So here's the irony of this. The latest cutting edge sim theory from all these nerds, not the Chad nerds in our chat, the nerds. They think is this cutting edge, like, whoa, mind-blown thing. And all they're doing is repeating the Gnostic views. And guess what? The Gnostic views are an aberration of Christianity and or a variation of a kind of Platonism, which might actually also be a variation of ancient Hebrew or Christian theology. So you're basically circling back around without even knowing it to our view. Ha ha, duh. That's what I'm saying. So, by the way, also, a lot of people ask me about that ridiculous William Cooper book. Yes, I've known about Behold a Pale Horse for 20 years. I never promoted William Cooper. I've always thought what he does say some true things, but I don't know if he was crazy or disinfo, and I don't really care, because if you don't hear me talking about certain people, it's not because I'm covering up. It's not because I'm stealing their info. It's because I don't want to direct people to kooky stuff, right? William Cooper said Jesus was an alien hologram. That's crazy and dumb and blasphemous. So I've never paid any attention to William Cooper. And I don't understand. Did he say some right things? Yeah, so what? The Q crap. Some of those people said some right things. Does that mean I'm going to follow Q crap? No. Basic disinformation works by giving you some truth and then mixing it with a bunch of nonsense, crazy stuff. And so somebody said, you are ripping off William Cooper. I forgot, honestly, that was an appendix in that book. Because I read it 20 years ago. I don't have the book anymore. I don't even know what happened to it. And maybe it's in a box somewhere. I don't know. But even still, I can evaluate the document on its own grounds. I mean, that's not a document written by a quack. I mean, I've read enough kook documents. When you read like crazy person's manifestos, if you've seen enough of those, you see the pattern. A lot of them are copy and pasted. Like they'll just copy and paste from the previous crazy person's manifesto. Remember Breivik, and then one of these other guys, it was a copy and paste to the next one. It was like, well, wait a minute, what? And a crazy person manifesto, I mean, they don't typically go into, algorithms that relate to money systems. That's just not, that's a tier above people that are quacks, right? I mean, it's possible to be a mathematician and be a quack, but I mean, again, I think that was, I don't know where that document comes from. I mean, again, I've talked about the history of it. And I said very clearly that we can class this in the bin of things like Dr. Day tapes. Okay. That's in a different category of the bin of things like white papers that are known. Okay. When the UK Ministry of Defense declassifies on their website a transhumanist document, that's not up for debate. That's not a theory. It's easily verifiable. It's still on the website. All right. So, last point then about the divine mind is just simply that the principle of the divine mind as the pattern of reality is what's being... Can somebody please mute? I can hear all your background noise. Okay, some creeper's trying to whisper and talk dirty on the server. Can you boot that guy? I don't know what his deal is, but let's get him out of here. We don't need no whisperers trying to talk dirty to the audience. Get them all riled up. Get their passions riled up. No, none of that now. No whispering on the stream. Gross. So they're basically taking principles that would be applicable to the logi, the divine mind, being the pattern for the created order. That doesn't mean that the created order is identical to the divine mind. No. There's a distinction between the creator and the creature, the uncreated and the created. But the created world evidences all this design, and it's highly, highly structured because it's a system that is fundamentally at a minutiae level structured and at a macro level structured. So what's happened is that the dysteleological view of the last 100 years is collapsing. And now that we're seeing that, no, actually the universe is highly, highly ordered, Now we got to explain this. Oh, we're going to give you a new mythology, a new metaphysics. Now metaphysics can be reintroduced to science, so-called, via quantum gibberish. I'm not saying it's all gibberish, but a lot of it is gibberish. Oh, you see, the quantum flux collapse, point is why your mind is creating the external world and all this. So they're trying to bring in a neo-gnostic view to capitalize on the collapse of the last 100 years of dysteleology to allow metaphysics to come back, but it has to be a metaphysics situated in some kind of Gnostic paradigm that will steer you into transhumanism. That's the whole point of that book. Oh, bro, gonna upload to the cloud. Life's gonna be a video game. Dude, maybe we're already in a video game. It's just silly, childish stuff. And the only reason anybody would even think this is because they grew up playing video games. It's so obvious too, right? Humans have made an idol out of computers that they now think, I live in a computer, dude. Right? And so it's childish, it's silly. You can refute it within like 5 minutes, easily, going through multiple basic philosophical, but nobody knows philosophy anymore. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, don't study philosophy. Yeah, because then you wouldn't fall for all these dumb arguments and stupid positions. Let's look at one last point too about, because this came up. Somebody was arguing with me, Bitcoin is not a hard asset because it's not hard, meaning it's not physical. Dude, come on. Are you that dumb? So this article points out makes a good case. Why is Bitcoin the hardest asset? And again, go watch Michael Saylor's talks. You don't have to agree with everything Michael Saylor says, but he makes a great point from the vantage point of engineering why it is a hard asset. Now, I'm going to argue that not only is it a hard asset, it's a more ethical money than the fiat system. I'm not saying you're bad. We all have to use fiat money. We can't avoid it. It's how the system is working right now. But better systems can come along that are not as bad, right? I mean, Tesla, he invents alternating current. And he powers cities. I mean, advancements in modern medicine. Those are good things. Do you think the devil gave everybody these things? Or the devil invented electricity? The devil invented medicine? That's just childish superstition. So there can be good inventions that help society. They're not everything's from the devil. Okay, the world system that is in opposition to God, right? That's a misuse of things, of systems analysis. Doesn't mean the world's bad. Doesn't mean creation's bad. Doesn't mean guns are bad. Doesn't mean governments are inherently bad. Doesn't mean a company is inherently bad. Doesn't mean money is inherently bad. So if we do want to be better and more ethical and help nations to not be in debt, it's the end of the world. You can't do anything good. No, that's not even true. You don't know that it's the end of the world. You're jumping to conclusions. You don't know that. It could be. And I've never said that Bitcoin is the salvation to everybody's ills. No, it's one of many ways. It's a false dialectic to say that you can't. Did I ever say you can't own gold and Bitcoin? No. Always said you can have both. Is it wrong to prepare? No, we bought storable food and a generator because we think it's very possible that you could have a supply chain collapse the next year. I don't know for sure that's going to happen. By the way, people who Cyber Polygon, dude, I've already made videos on Cyber. I read Cyber Polygon. I guarantee you didn't read it. I went and read it, and Cyber Polygon does not say the whole internet gets shut down. That's stupid. Why is Klaus going to shut down the entire internet? And the same dumb people are arguing that Klaus wants you to get crypto. Well, if he destroys the internet, how are you going to be using crypto? That's so stupid. If you go actually read what the World Economic Forum says, they have specific cryptos that they like Ripple, like Stellar, like Algorand, right? He doesn't say anything about Bitcoin. Okay? Bill Gates, Hillary have both said in the last few weeks, get rid of Bitcoin. Hillary just said in perfect boomer fashion that Bitcoin is an attack on the dollar. Are you serious? The dollar is an attack on everybody else because it's a theft module through inflation because it's not backed by anything. So, no, Hillary has it backwards. But no, she knows that the IMF and the World Bank, it came out in her WikiLeaks that she knows that it's a tool. She talked about how to get a hold of Gaddafi's gold. That was her whole thing. And she had promised her donors, right, that payback, pay to play thing, that if she was elected, then she would basically give a cut to the people that had donated. That was in her WikiLeaks emails. So you think these people don't know? No, of course they know. And then people, oh, no, it's 66 evil dimensional chess because Bill Gates wants you to actually buy Bitcoin because then you'll be under his system. He doesn't own Bitcoin. Or if he does, then he's lying like Jamie Dimon and says, right, JP Morgan forbids its people from buying Bitcoin. Meanwhile, he's buying Bitcoin. Okay, so this is what these people do, right? Remember when Biden was saying Bitcoin's evil, 6 months ago? I guarantee you they were buying it because they know when they say something, it will make the market go down. And then they buy it. It's a simple scam that these people do. So just don't believe anything that they're saying. And you'll be fine. And do the opposite. And no, not everything is 66 dimensional chess that Bill Gates really secretly wants you to buy Bitcoin so that he can control you. That doesn't even make any sense. How is Bill Gates going to control you through Bitcoin? And again, Bitcoin is not perfect. It's somewhat decentralized, but it's also public in the sense of the ledger. But there are so many transactions and so much going on, there's no way for individual human beings to literally control everybody's transactions and to know everything that's going on. It's not humanly possible. And by the way, they already do this with cash. Anything over $10,000 is already reported. So again, it's still a better system than the fiat system, even on that point. It's less surveillanceable than the fiat is because the fiat is already reported via banks reporting transactions over $10,000. So, I mean, you're not ever going to have a perfect... So this is why people are... Look, most objections are built on your response is not 100% foolproof. Okay, well, nothing is, dummy. The government can come confiscate your gold. Right? Unless you have, like, Jack Sparrow level island skills where you can hide shit underneath barrels of whiskey in the middle of the Virgin Islands. Well, they could probably still find it. So, I mean... If you know your private keys, maybe you forget, right? Right? The system says, give us your keys. Oh, I don't remember them. You conveniently forget. Duh. You see? It's an ingenious invention. And I mean, again, could it be eventually used for evil? Yeah, I think eventually the creeps are going to use blockchain technology for trying to track and trace everything. That's what Klaus says. I've covered that for you. I've actually read Klaus's book. I've been guaranteeing 99% of y'all have not read Klaus's books. Well, I have. And does he say anything about Bitcoin? Well, he mentions Bitcoin, but what he wants is you to get on Klaus Coin. And he lists the ones that he wants to be Klaus Coin. Just like the governments are going to try to get you onto Fed Coin. So the point here is that this is coming, and that's why we want to adopt the things that are not Fed coin, that are not Federal Reserve coin. And yeah, they can attempt to create those all they want, but that doesn't mean they're going to be successful. And that doesn't mean that they can perfectly mimic Bitcoin because Bitcoin is already there. So Bitcoin is established amongst 10,000 computers across the world. So yes, it's possible to destroy all the computers in the world and take us back to 1800s. But if they do that, then you're not going to have to worry about Klaus Coin and Internet of Things. And if that happens, it's not going to matter anymore. We'll be back in 1800s land. And so, yeah, gold will probably be a good investment if that happens. Now, how likely is it that the entire world is going to have no computers operating? That all of the nodes are going to be destroyed in the Bitcoin? Now, that's very unlikely. Now, what's more likely? That the dollar will collapse or that all the computers are going to be shut down? It's more likely the dollar is going to collapse. Do you see this? Duh. Okay, this is not rocket science. But it does help to know a little bit about economics, a little bit about fiat money, this kind of stuff. So let's look at this article before we go to the chat. It says that a lot of people have been looking at financial, trade, and political instability in regard to the shutdowns. And so this is going to relate to central banks. It's going to relate to, I believe Bitcoin could even be a hedge against Great Reset. I mean, again, nothing is a silver bullet. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your financial advisor. But I know that not all cryptos and blockchains are the same. Some of them are decentralized. Some of them are supremely centralized. Some of them are in the middle ground, you see. The U.S.-China trade dispute, Brexit, blah, blah, blah. Challenges to the roles of central banks have all weighed on the markets. Looking through these events, blah, 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 negative mortgage rates, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get down to the price of gold has frequently increased around economic recessions. Okay, but what exactly is a hard asset? Why is Bitcoin, despite being entirely virtual and transacted on the internet, arguably the world's hardest asset? This is a key point against that goober who was arguing with me this morning. Hard assets have traditionally been defined as tangible property or physical commodities like gold that are prized for their reliable, limited supply. They stand in contrast to soft assets like fiat currencies, stocks, bonds, and they can have their supply quickly increased by as little as a touch of a computer button. Yeah, that's a key point there. Remember that. Soft financial assets can be subjected to restructuring, default, reductions in dividends, profits, or experience other changes that undermine long-term value. Throughout history, savvy investors have relied on hard assets to manage risk, blah, blah, blah. So what makes Bitcoin scarcer than, say, real estate or gold, right? Traditionally hard assets, quote unquote. Hard assets are back in vogue as central banks in countries like China, Russia, India, Turkey are buying large quantities of gold. In the first quarter of this year, it is estimated that central banks purchased 145 tons of gold, 68% increase over 2018. We've even seen legendary investors like Ray Dalio, founder of the biggest hedge fund, recommend people increase their exposure to gold. Not surprising, the price of gold is up 16% in the last 5 months. I think this article is a couple months old, by the way. We have centuries of data about gold. Yes, jewels. Nothing wrong with those things. Those are all fine. But there's a new kid on the block. There's a new kid on the blockchain. Get it? We do not see being bullish on both gold and Bitcoin as mutually exclusive, right? So there's the biggest hedge fund in the world telling you what I just said. However, it is important to highlight a crucial difference between Bitcoin and gold, which is the supply dynamics of gold are not fixed. Now, are there Bitcoin whales? Can they influence the market? Yes, that does exist. But guess what? Gold is more manipulable than Bitcoin. And that will be more and more the case as Bitcoin is adopted. So as the Bitcoin network grows, there will be less and less ability for whales to do the manipulation. And then everybody has these theories, but there's like one account that has 1 million Bitcoin they're just waiting. They're just waiting to dump it and destroy. I don't think so. I mean, if you've watched Bitcoin news and crypto news for even 2 years. Now, I've been watching the crypto news since 2016-17. I didn't start buying until 2017. If you watch the news, then you've noticed cycles of things. And one thing that comes in cycles is the FUD, which is that they recycle the same FUD. Have you noticed that? And so the same conspiracy theories, the Tether FUD, the China FUD, the mining FUD, the green Bitcoin takes up too much energy FUD. What's the other one? The secret zillionaire is going to dump the whole thing on the market FUD. This has been circulating for years. The same ones. And over and over and over, we've seen these debunked and not come to fruition. So I don't believe those dumb FUD arguments anymore. And if you've watched the Invest Answers guy's videos, he's actually debunked many of those just from the hard math more recently. So let's get back to the article. It says traditional hard assets are vulnerable to price deflating supply shocks. Now remember, what did I just tell you in the white paper we read? Supply shocks. That's a big part of that document, which we'll be getting into in the part 2 when we do the part 2 of that one. Supply dynamics for gold, that is, higher price over increasing supply over downward pressure on prices, are at work for silver and every other traditional hard asset. Even the available supply of occupiable real estate can be increased, you see. This is why the hardest asset is Bitcoin, because of the fixed number of Bitcoin. There can always be more real estate. There can always be more gold. You see that? You understand that? You can't make more Bitcoins after the last Bitcoin is mined. Does everybody understand that? It's not that difficult. It's pretty simple. Physical commodities have historically been subjected to price increases, shocks, blah, blah, blah. We covered that in the white paper. Looking much further ahead, an extreme supply of shock could take place with innovations like mining asteroids. Yeah, right. Whatever, dude. There is, in a sense, an unlimited supply of gold in that there can always be more gold mined, but a finite number of Bitcoin. So the scarcity, fundamental to economics, extreme scarcity for Bitcoin. That's why it's the perfect world currency. And some people say, oh, but wait a minute, it's a libertarian, Austrian economics von Mises invention. Well, but here's the thing. That's true. Number one, not everything that an Austrian economist invents is necessarily bad. And by the way, you're all using the internet, which comes out of Silicon Valley, right? And libertarian ethos to a degree. I know there's deep state involvement in the internet. I know all that. It started with DARPA. I know. But they use the energy of the free market to build the system. And then they always try to flip it over into a control thing. So I'm very aware of that. I know that's how it works. We've been on here on the internet building up platforms. And they do that. And yes, that's part of the scam. I know all that. But one thing that there's a reason for this with Bitcoin, which is that it's true that it is an international borderless thing. But the reason for that is that it's then the perfect world currency, not because, oh, that's the banker's currency. No. That's the perfect world currency that can't be screwed with. That's the point. So if you're going to have a currency that is just, that is ethical, that can't be inflated, it also has to be based on something universal, i.e. math and logic. And if you saw my previous geopolitical analysis of Bitcoin and so forth, we went into Neoplatonism, the realm of the ideas, and that this is like Neoplatonic money is the analogy I made, right? I'm not advocating Neoplatonism. I'm just saying that it's a system that is not putting the power of the control of the amount of currency into the hands of a dude or a banker or a central banker or a king who can make the money printer go brr, brr. Anybody, the whole history of economic scams for the last several thousand years is the centralized money printer. The king, the banker, makes it go burr, burr. And the white paper talks about that. The white paper, I know, by the way, another reason I know that white paper is true, Silent Weapons, is because it's exactly what Quigley says, right? The whole, first 200 pages of Tragedy and Hope is about the fiat system is a scam. And it's a known scam, and it's how you enslave and control the world. So if we were going to oppose that system, yes, obviously I'm not saying Bitcoin saves us, but I'm saying there are healthy economical systems. We just read the text in scripture that are an answer to that. What's the opposite of a fiat make the money printer go brrr system? It would be Bitcoin. And you say, well, but it's on the internet. Well, all your money's already on the internet, goober. So what are you going to do? You're going to leave the internet? Okay, but it's here. So now what? So we're at a critical juncture where either people are going to adopt and be fooled by Klaus coin and all that stuff, Fed coin, or we're going to adopt the systems that are decentralized and have the best chance of being virtuous and ethical. I mean, do you not see this? And if you're going to hit me with a bunch of stupid, super pious nonsense, I'm just going to ask you, do you work at a job? Do you make money? Do you get a paycheck? Do you own a house? Do you own a car? Okay, well, you're participating in the system and you're using electronic currency and cash by wiring money or by using your app on your phone that's your bank account. You're already doing this stuff. So remove the plank from your own eye, goober. Okay. Last point here is the fixed supply of the 20 million Bitcoin is part of the fixed protocol, the Bitcoin protocol. And thus, it is an even harder asset than gold, you see. It's a very simple point. Bitcoin's finite supply means that once someone owns a certain percentage of the total supply, that person will always own at least that percentage. Bitcoin is the only significant asset in history to have this property. It's that simple. Its reliably finite supply is the reason why Bitcoin is the world's hardest asset. Do you see that goober arguing with me all morning? That's the point here. Bitcoin's finite supply is its incredibly powerful feature. Once a person owns it, blah, blah, blah. The halving is why Bitcoins become scarcer over time. You can go read about the halving. I'm not going to read all this, but it has to do with the mining over time, that the miners are rewarded half as many Bitcoin every period of halving. And that's as we get towards the last Bitcoin being mined, which is, I don't know, it's like 2100 or whatever, 2140. Then approximately, right, there's less. And what that does is that it makes it more scarce, and that's why you see the value going up. And that's not the only reason the value goes up. There's also adoption by wealthy entities, people, companies. There's also adoption on the part of the masses. There's also inflation of the dollar, which makes Bitcoin go up. It's not actually going up when the dollar inflates. It's just appearing to go up because the dollar's worth less. Anyway. And by the way, if you don't know anything about this, everybody's aware of the fact that a dime, right? Their grandparents could go buy ice cream and a movie or whatever for a dime. And the same dime right now is what? It takes you 1,000 of those to get ice cream and a movie? That's inflation. That's stealing value and wealth over time. That's energy vampirism, which is what the white paper talked about, which is what all of Michael Saylor's lectures tell you Bitcoin is there to solve. Not having energy loss over time. And we're Orthodox. We should understand energies, right? Did you notice the silent weapons whole paper was about energies? Not obviously uncreated energies, but created energies. And how human systems are energy systems. And the mastering of, controlling of, shutting off, steering energy systems. And again, people are going to, I know all the objections are going to say, well, but Bitcoin could fail. It could go to zero. I know. But so can the dollar, and so can everything else fail. Your treasure chest of all your Jack Sparrow loot or your Captain Barbosa loot can be found. You must be believing in Bitcoin. The government can go steal all that too. So there's nothing perfect. I'm sorry. But this is better. So anyway, it's more than just digital gold, because he goes into talking about how, blah, blah, blah. You can have it off. You can have it off the internet. You don't have to have your Bitcoin online. But I don't know if people don't understand this. If my Bitcoin is in a hard wallet and the internet goes down, it's still on my hard wallet, dummy. I mean, unless someone comes and, I don't know, burns down the wallet or nukes my wallet. Okay, but if nukes are going off, none of that's even going to matter, dude. What are you going to do when the nukes go, when the solar flare shuts down the whole internet and burns up the country? Dude, I'm going to care about Bitcoin. Economics won't matter if the country's nuked or the sun's burning up everybody. This is so silly, right? None of that's even going to matter, dude. And neither will gold matter either, by the way. I mean, it's good. Nobody's going to care about gold when the sun flares burn up North America, right? I mean, come on. Anyway, so that's my rant about the Bible and economics. I hope you get the point here, which is just simply that we shouldn't be childish and immature. The Bible has many things to say about money principles, sound currency. The saints, the canon law has even talked about this in terms of why usury is not good. By the way, I don't have a position on whether that means literally every local credit union. And there's different kinds of usury. So I don't have any position on literally every form of it. There might be situations when a credit union can do it. I don't know. Maybe it's all wrong. But certainly what's identified is the central bank usury system is no good because it can enslave the entire population and future generations' wealth is enslaved. Do you see that? That's the whole, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's economics 101. I've done how many talks on Quigley, which this is the first 200 pages of Quigley. It's just 101. If you don't know this, you don't know anything. Anyway. Okay, so we're going to take the super chats. We're going to, before we do the super chats, we're going to open up Discord for whoever wants to talk about it. We don't have to talk about economics. Frankly, I find economics to be kind of boring. But I did want to touch on these topics today. So if anybody wants to bring up these issues, you can. But we can talk about the divine mind. We can talk about simulation theory. We can talk about the Bible and economics. We can talk about tag, precept. If you guys want to. I am going to have to go wee-wee because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So we're going to put on a little music. And then we will come right back to the Discord chat. And we will let people who have questions, objections, you want to debate me, I'll give you the floor. You can make whatever arguments you want within reason. You can have the floor for an hour to tell me how evil a KGB agent I am. You can make arguments if you want. You're welcome to do that. Or just Q&A is fine. So we'll be right back in a couple minutes. I'll put on some smooth tunes for you guys, and we'll be right back. All right, let's get to the chat here. I'm going to keep this Bible thing open here in case we need to look at different texts. we'll see. Oh man, whew. Welcome everybody. Hope you enjoyed that rant, and we've helped. Hey, we've helped a lot of people, by the way. Let's make another point here. People, we've helped people, dude. I'm trying to help y'all out. People think I'm some evil creeper person, KGB, CIA agent. No, man. I mean, haven't we helped a lot of people out here? So why would I be doing that if I'm just some evil person, right? How does that serve my ends to help y'all out? We got open forums, so anybody in the chat wants to bring up any principles, points, arguments, or we got super chats too. I'll be getting to those here in a little bit. Is anybody in the chat? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can definitely hear you.
Okay. Is there anybody who wants to bring any arguments, objections, questions?
I think you may have misunderstood the solar flare thing. It's
Okay.
not that it will necessarily like destroy the planet, but just the computers if it's not that severe.
Okay. I mean, this is a highly speculative thing, so we aren't going to base our monetary investing principles, right, on the most unlikely scenarios, right? I mean,
Yeah, obviously.
right. So if all of the computers in the world are burned out, then a lot of things are not going to matter, which we previously thought might matter. So if we're reduced to an 1800s world, then having gold or silver would probably be the natural currency that humans would default to. And in that case, yes. But I just don't think it's very likely that all the computers in the world are going to burn out. And if they do, we've got much bigger problems than worrying about Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it's a good question. And yeah, sometimes I exaggerate the objections just to be goofy. So I understand it's not going to burn everybody up, but I was just making jokes. Anybody else?
I don't so much have an argument as a question about books about church history.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about Bitcoin today. I just wanted to bring it up because of so many people.
Gotcha.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know there are a few really popular ones, like there's Timothy Ware and the first and second volumes of Yaroslav Pelikan, and there's McGuckin. Do you have a personal favorite for basics?
We kind of have a default book that we recommend in the Discord, which is the Meyendorff book called The Church, or the Orthodox Church, and that's typically our kind of go-to introduction. It's definitely better than Ware. I don't remember what other book you recommended, but if you want something that's more apologetically focused, I did see that there were some copies of Clark Carlton's book back on Amazon. So if he has the Way, the Truth, the Life series, which is one's for Protestants, one's for Roman Catholics, one's for, I don't know, agnostics or something. But that series is kind of a classic too. So if you're looking for just a history, Meyendorff's The Church, and then if you're looking for more of an apologetic thing, the Dr. Clark Carlton trilogy.
All right, thank you.
Sure, anytime. And by the way, yeah, so there's a lot of other cryptos. So that's not, today we were just talking about the basics of what Bitcoin is and why it's a hard asset, hard currency. Wasn't going into Ethereum and all this different stuff. I'm not giving you investment advice. I'm telling you how I view it. And just really tired of the low IQ objections, basically. But you got to do your own research. A lot of lazy people, not talking about you guys in the chat or anybody on the Discord, but a lot of lazy people who, you have the Library of Alexandria at your fingertips. You could learn all this on your own. I mean, I've been listening to Bitcoin crypto podcasts for years, countless hours. You can go do all that on your own, but if you want to be lazy, slow boy, that's up to you too. So get what you choose, I guess. Anyway, we don't have to talk about Bitcoin. We talk about other stuff. Economics is boring, dude. But we should look at the scriptural admonitions about running your business. A household is a little economic system. Did you know that? I mean, Proverbs 31 actually speaks of the wise household woman making products and selling them at the market. So again, yet another biblical text, right? The Proverbs 31 woman. The literal historical sense of that text, yes, I know it can refer to the church and to Mary, but the literal historical sense is a virtuous wife. That's what it's about. And she can go make dresses and sell them and make a profit. I mean, this is just like common sense, man. Anyway, go ahead. Anybody else? Next topic. Any verses? I mean, we got the scripture pulled up here, so we can look at different texts. Anybody wants to investigate different texts, problem texts? Correct. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that the household isn't a little church. It is that. It's both and. It's a little church, and it's a small microeconomic system. It's an energy system. It's all these things. So again, we're open for them. If anybody wants to chat in the Discord, you can. Let me go back to a couple super chats that we had. One that I missed a few days ago. Let's see. Marvin for $10 said, "I love the detailed logical analysis. I am not new in the Bible. Your explanations, however, help me to see connections between the stories and the Old and New Testaments better." Oh, good. That's what we want to do. Specifically, the doctrine of the Trinity. Yeah, the Trinity is all over the Old Testament. And really, that's one of the... people should be starting, in terms of learning the church's teaching, by learning the Old and the New Testament doctrine of the Trinity. Starting in the Old Testament. That's where the Trinity is first present. But again, also, to do this, we have to know the whole Bible. So, there's no shortcuts here. We gotta learn the whole thing. I love your Global Elite book series. Thank you. Well, thank you, Marvin. Much appreciated. Amy Polino sends $20 and says nothing. Well, thank you, Amy. Much appreciated. I know Amy has been a longtime supporter and super chatter, so we appreciate you, Amy. Adam Infinitum. That's a cool name. $5. Thank you for the legit content, Boomer. Hey. Do boomers promote crypto? No. Like 99% don't. So you need to rethink that comment, bro. He says, "Thank you for delivering Orthodox theology too. This is what influenced my family and I to become baptized in the Orthodox Church. Thank you. God bless." Well, hey, it's awesome to hear. People, like, every day we get these messages, and yet people are still constantly talking about how evil and bad we are. It's a cult. Why are we sending people to canonical Orthodox churches if we're a cult? It's just so silly. It's childish. And I mean, if that's the best that people can come up with, then we're doing pretty good. Frankie D, $5. Jay, how do you stay calm knowing the plans of the global elite? Well, because I've read this stuff for 20 years. So there's a process that people go through. When you first read these things, you kind of get scared, you kind of get shocked, kind of get upset. It's kind of like a grieving process. And you kind of grieve, and then you have maybe a black pill phase, and then you get over it, and you face up to the reality and realize, kind of what your calling, what your duty is. So I've been listening to your videos about the global elite and their plans. How do I live a normal life with this information? Well, again, with all the stuff that and most of the interviews that we do, we get asked this question, what do you do? Well, you do what you can. So you try to eat a good diet that is not full of the GMO nonsense garbage stuff that the system promotes. You try to not be toxified by the toxic culture. You try to live off of the grid as best you can. I mean, I'm not telling you to become a hermit in the canteen prospector man in the woods with a bunch of stained underwear. I'm not telling you to do that. Maybe you do need to do that. Maybe you already do. Maybe you're tweeting me in your stained prospector garments right now, and you're making bank by sifting riverbeds for gold. I don't know, but And by the way, if you are, that's pretty based. But the way that you live a normal life is that you reconcile yourself to reality, and you then, like I said, try to be outside the cities, try to be in the country, try to find an Orthodox church, try to have, I mean, I'm not like some super prepper dude, but we have storable food now. We have a generator now. I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, this system is fragile, right? And if I'm telling you to have Bitcoin, I'm not saying that Bitcoin is going to save you and that it's the silver bullet. There's not a silver bullet. Your Bitcoin can be confiscated. You could forget your keys. You could lose your wallet. You could be hacked. I mean, all of these things are possible. But so can your gold be stolen. So the government can come shoot you. I mean, there's no silver bullets here in this life. But that doesn't mean that because there's no silver bullets that you just be careless and act like an idiot, right? No, you still got to act with wisdom. So those are the things I recommend. I don't see any other things you can do. What does St. Pius said? Have a small plot of land and some animals in a garden and live outside the city. Well, there you go. He told you that 20 years ago. Sunseri, $50. Could you do a quick list of books that you recommend to a person new to Orthodox from a Baptist background? The Clark Carlton book, The Way. That's the one for the Protestants, I think. Whichever one's for Catholics, whichever one's the one for Protestants. I always get mixed up the titles, but Baptists. More of a basic theology book, other than it's always a challenge to figure out the basic theology book, because Meyendorff and Losky are kind of advanced. So I would just say start with that. Start with the Clark Carlton book, The Way, and then read Meyendorff's book, The Orthodox Church, which is just an introduction to the church. Those are two good ones. Stone Willis, $10. Thank you for educating slow boys for 4 years and more to come. Bro, we've been here educating slow boys for 13, 15 years, somewhere in there. So I don't know where you got 4 years. 4 years on crypto, maybe, but we didn't even focus that much on crypto, because I would say even in 2018, it was still unclear where exactly this market was going. But I mean, 2020 was a key year for mass adoption. I mean, it's still in this, we're still at the beginning, but it doesn't, I mean, Bitcoin's not going away now, right? I mean, Michael Saylor makes a good point that there's no asset that's been over 300 or 400 billion that has ever collapsed so far. So no, I mean, I'm sure eventually, yes, at the end of the world, everything's going to collapse, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen in the near future, right? We know what the global elites plan for the 2030, 2050 time frame. We know what the Bible says about the end of the world. We don't know for sure that we're in the end of the world. So we don't live like an end times cult, like we know the world's going to end tomorrow. We have to be wise as serpents, innocent as doves. So we prepare for different eventualities. And the scripture tells you to prepare. Have you read Sirach? Sirach talks about storing up the goods, being prepared for different scenarios and situations. So prepping is biblical. It's not some evangelical thing. It's not an end times thing. It's not a thing where you're doubting God because you're prepping. It's in scripture. Go read Sirach. And anyway, Naito, $10. I converted to Orthodoxy earlier this year. Big thank you for that. That's good, man. Many years. How do I move my brothers from arguing Bible interpretations to foundational arguments? Well, you make the argument to your Protestant brother about how the canon of Scripture came to be. And we've got many videos on that. Go watch the debate with Pedro. Send them the debate that I did with Pedro, because it sounds like your brothers are saying Pedro stuff. So that's what I'd say. What do you say when they say, I just don't read it that way? Well, that's not an argument. I mean, the fact that you just say, I don't read the verse that way, is not a response to the challenge. So I would point that out, that it doesn't sound like your brothers know what a good argument is. So maybe dial it back a little bit and then make it even a more fundamental argument and say, well, now wait a minute. So if we can make, do you think we can make bad arguments? And if they say yes, then you're like, well, then nobody can prove any position if you can make bad arguments. I mean, that's like a 101 level mistake, right? And if they say, well, no, you can't make bad arguments, then point out how, what would that be? Red herring? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what that would be. Somebody just saying, I don't interpret it that way. Okay, that has really nothing to do with the truth or falsity of this or that position. The fact that you don't interpret the verse that way is irrelevant to the debate at hand. That's not, it's basically saying nothing, right? Yeah, we know you don't interpret it that way. You're a Protestant. So what? That's not an argument. Dennis, $5. Jay, if I understand correctly, is something created with evil intent, the object isn't evil. Nothing that exists is evil. So everything that has existence, being, everything that has ontological status is not evil. Even the devil himself is not inherently evil. God created the devil with the angelic nature that he has. Even the angelic nature of the demons is not evil. Okay? Nature can't become evil because that would be Manichaean. That makes God into some kind of Manichaean dualistic deity where there's an evil God and a good God. Evil has no being. That doesn't mean there's no such thing as evil. It means that it's a different kind of existence. It's a privative existence. Carabanog, $5. Mike Myers, aka Dr. Evil Voice. I went back in time and stole your chalk. Now is your mojo. Yeah, exactly. That was not a very good. I had to think for a minute how Dr. Evil sounds. $1 million. Yeah, something like that. By the way, I've been working on my Zuck. I'm going to be rolling out a pretty good Zuck impression for you guys pretty soon. I've got it pretty good. But I want it to be, like final form before I roll it out. But I had Jamie rolling the other day because I was reading lines as if I was Zuck. Christocentric Life, $1. When Christ assumed flesh, does this hypostasis become composite? If he assumes flesh, then the hypostasis that is his core subject becomes composite by having two natures, which we've discussed and covered many times. I have an article on this, which you can go read. If it did, then what is the difference between two natures in one divine hypostasis and two natures in one composite hypostasis? Again, two different uses of the word hypostasis. We've covered this countless times. And I'm not going to recover this because it's low-level stupid shit that we've covered countless times. So you can take your heresies elsewhere, and we're not going to do that. Carabanog, $5. Have you ever read Terry Davis or the Temple of Set? I guess is Temple OS? I don't know what Temple OS is. And I don't know who Terry Davis is. Medicare did a video on him a long time ago. Terry thought he was being pursued by the CIA to be brought back to work. Is this an MK Ultra victim? Now, I mean, most of the time, again, not trying to be mean to people. A lot of the people that think that they're MK Ultra victims are not. And I don't know this person. I'm not commenting on him. I don't know. But a lot of people do have schizophrenia. A lot of people think that the universe revolves around them. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't. So, but that doesn't mean that nobody's been a victim of these kinds of experiments. So I don't know Terry Davis. I can't speak to that, but I'll have to look and see what Medicare's video is. Palantir, $5. Two questions. What is the explanation of the very long lifespan of the Old Testament patriarchs? Because they were closer to the time of Eden. And the fall is something that seems to yes, it happened at one point in time, but it also kind of has a culminating effect, right, as time goes by, where the effects of the fall are seen more and more. 2, how do you rebut objections to the monarchia of the Father, which raises the ontological status above the two persons? I mean, it doesn't. So this is just fundamental Cappadocian theology. Go read Basil. Basil covers this, I don't know how many times, because it was the Arian objection. It's the objection of Eunomius. So People that are arguing against that are arguing against Basil, and they're just being ignorant. The fact that the Father is the sole cause does not mean that he has a higher ontological status. It's a category error to think that the Son being second in order, deriving his existence from the Father, means that he has a diminished ontological status. I mean, Basil just says no, it doesn't. Block Party Vintage, $5. Coming from a Protestant background to Orthodoxy, how would you reconcile Paul saying to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, with the Orthodox understanding of life after death? Why would that be a problem for the Orthodox view? I'm trying to figure out how that would be a problem. Are you saying because of this journey of the soul after death? Toll houses? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I don't see, to be absent from the body doesn't mean that you don't have like an immediate judgment, or that there isn't a journey of the soul. I mean, it's not speaking like as soon as you die, like you're in heaven per se. We don't know that. That's why the church prays for the dead. And so I don't know if you mean from a Protestant perspective, like there's no intermediate state, or do you mean a like criticism of the Toll House view? I'm not sure which one you mean, Block Party Vintage, but good question. I don't immediately see why that would be a problem. Orthodox Prepper, $3. Will you debate Adam Green? No, I've already explained to you why I won't debate Adam Green. You keep asking me this question, and I don't owe you an answer. I don't owe anybody an answer. I've given this answer multiple times. I don't see why I need to debate a person who makes Reddit-tier arguments, who has no philosophical, theological competence or training. I've seen his argumentation. I've watched his videos. It's literally Reddit-level stuff. It's the level of argumentation that I already dealt with in about 4 debates. Mark Brahman, Boglord Dave, the pagan that I uploaded the debate 3 months ago to the channel, and one more pagan. I don't remember who the other pagan is that we debated. But why do I need to do that? I'm not here to do this for you. I don't owe you a debate. I don't owe him a debate. And I'm sorry that you believe that his tier of argumentation requires some laborious refutation. I mean, if you think that his arguments are convincing, go do your thing, dude. This is not the place for you. I mean, we do high quality content here. We don't have to spend all of our time refuting every dumb pagan atheist argument. It's the same reason I don't waste my time on people who have T-dump level arguments. Do I need to debate everyone in T-dump's server to adequately refute atheism? No. Do I need to debate every pagan to adequately refute paganism? No. So again, if you find his arguments convincing, go believe his pagan LARP atheist, whatever he is. Go believe it, dude. Why are you badgering me to waste my time on this nonsense? And by the way, if I make dozens of videos over a span of many years that respond to all of these dumb pagan arguments and atheist arguments, why do I have to make the same debate and argument again? Why don't you just go listen to the Mark Brahman debate, the Boglord Dave debate, the other pagan dudes debates, and you're going to hear a refutation of all their same dumb arguments. Or you can believe that I am scared. I don't care. I really don't care. Yes, if that soothes your conscience to believe that I'm scared of debating that guy's Reddit level arguments, then you can go believe that. I don't care. That's fine. Yeah, I'm terrified. There you go. Anybody in the Discord? We've got still open Discord. If anybody wants to bring any challenges. By the way, any of these people, like, how we open the Discord up every week, and people are always talking smack. Dude, anybody can come in the Discord. No, they don't want that. They want to be given a platform and all this attention, and that's the main reason why people want this, right? And I've already done enough debates that I don't have to establish myself as a debater. Like, I'm scared because I don't do every single debate. This is not 2015 where I haven't done any public debates, okay? If it was 2015 without any public debates, then maybe I would feel like I need to establish myself as a competent public debater. But we are many years and many debates into public debates. I don't owe anybody any, like, I don't have anything to prove. So that none of that basic bitch psychological manipulation is going to work on me. Like, I'm afraid to debate Adam Green. It's just, it doesn't work. I mean, if you're dumb enough to not think that we have covered high quality, high tier argumentation, and I mean, if we're debating PhD atheists, why do you think I'm going to waste my time on goobers? I would rather have a debate with Dr. Graham Oppie. And that's what I said to that silly woman on that other channel. I did not say Avi. I said Dr. Graham Oppie. They don't even know who that is. They're like, you said Dr. Avi. I don't want to debate. I don't have anything to do with Ask Yourselves handlers or any of his goobers. I did not say Avi. I know what I said. I know who I want to debate and who I don't want to debate, who I don't want anything to do with. And I don't owe any of these people to debate. And some of y'all are so dumb you can't recognize feds. I'm sorry. Go follow your feds. Have fun with that. And then come back when you're in jail in 3 or 4 years. You're going to wish that you'd listen to what I said. So good luck with that. Frankie the Third, $5. Back again. Thanks for the response. I found a great Orthodox church 5 hours from me. And I want to move to that area. Cool beans, dude. Only problem is there's no job or property affordable. Any advice that I should move to a more affordable location? I mean, sorry, dude. I have no idea where you're talking about. I don't need to know. You don't want to dox yourself. I mean, that's just, there's so many variables in there. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't even know what country. Maybe you're talking about a different country. I don't know. But all I can say is I wouldn't be in blue cities. I wouldn't be in metropolitan areas. I mean, I don't think it's so bad that you can't go to those areas. Now, in 5 years, you might not be able to go to those areas. It might be war zones. I don't know, like Chaz or Chop or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I wish I could give you a better. There's just so many variables there. Orthodox Prepper, $1. Sorry, Jay. It wasn't my intention to annoy you. You know, hey, I mean, you've asked multiple times about Adam Green, so I don't know how many times I need to repeat to you that and explain again why I'm not going to have that debate. I mean, don't you think I know by now, like, don't you think I have some intuition about who I interact with and who I debate? I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and I have a pretty good intuition about who I'm around and who I associate with. And I've intentionally not associated with many people who turned out to be glowing. So I'm not dumb, dude. I've done this for a long time. Is there anybody in Discord? It's awful quiet there on the Discord front tonight.
Could I ask, I assume you know the Munchausen trilemma or Griffin trilemma, how that relates to the transcendental argument. Would you say that it kind of relies on the circular horn of the argument? It's kind of this bootstrapping problem. We're all in it, and so I guess that's my question, kind of in general.
Right. I think most of these kinds of questions are not considering things at a paradigm level. So, as we always have to explain, in one sense, circularity is not allowable. In another sense, circularity is unavoidable. So really what matters is the type of thing in question. So these kinds of dilemmas and trilemmas and whatnot are fine to point out problems in what we might call day-to-day epistemology or normative types of questions about knowledge. But when you're asking questions at a meta level, those questions just necessarily collapse in on themselves. It's just like, you know, you can't avoid the circularity at a paradigm level. And anybody who thinks that they can is just being silly and naive, and you can pretty easily demonstrate how they are being circular. So I don't think that dilemma applies to transcendental argumentation at the paradigm level.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure if you've run into, I have another question, but
Sure.
I'm not sure if you run into kind of like deflationary theorists or redundancy theorists where they just deny that, kind of just say that truth isn't a property, it doesn't exist. I actually ran into it yesterday. I didn't really know how to respond.
I mean, that would just seem to be so fundamentally self-refuting that if truth is not a property, or there are no truth-making sentences, then you're just talking nonsense. I mean, then what is the truth value of the sentences that you're using? What is the truth value of the sentence, there are no truth values, or truth is not a property? I mean, it would just be fundamentally self-refuting. Is that true for that sentence itself? I mean, duh.
Puzzling. I didn't really think of that. I have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to, I guess like I think the argument is very good. I'm still struggling more with the connection with the one and many, and then also with kind of people that can I've met a few amount of like deists or philosophical theists, and they use the argument, and so I guess I don't know how to stop that bridge. I guess
They use what argument?
the transcendental argument. Deists would like I've heard a deist use it, and then I've also talked to a deist.
Well, I mean, that's not going to work. I mean, the deistic deity can't be known. And so, I mean, we're not just positing some kind of God in the transcendental argument. We're positing the God revealed in Scripture, the Trinity, the personal God. That's not a deistic God. The God of deism is not a personal God that you have a relationship with. And so it's pretty fundamental to the transcendental argument that, I mean, you couldn't even, I mean, the one and the many, if God does not have a direct relation to the created order, there is no transcendental argument. So I don't know who thinks that. This sounds like a deist who doesn't even understand what the transcendental argument is or what it's trying to say. So it makes no sense. I mean, for example, the one and the many, all objects in the world relate in some way to that question of one and many, right? So there's an object, it's a class, it's one amongst a class of objects. So there thus then has to be some grand scale absolute one and many by which you can relate, by which you can predicate, or by which you can classify objects. Otherwise, knowledge isn't possible, predication isn't possible. So if there's not a divine mind, which is the ground for the universals and the particulars, then then we're forced to nominalism. If nominalism is the case, knowledge becomes impossible. So that's the point of the one and the many. And if a deist is correct, the deist is not arguing it for divine conceptualism, because the created one and many right now has no direct relation to the unknowable deity in deism. That's why deism always collapses into atheism. Divine providence is crucial to the transcendental argument. If you deny divine providence, then you're not arguing for the God that is the God of the transcendental argument. Deists don't believe in providence, by the way. Deism would deny God fundamental attributes such that you would no longer be arguing for the God of Christianity. And the transcendental argument is an argument for the God of Christianity, including all of his attributes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I followed it. It makes a lot of sense.
The Palantir, $3. Thank you for your answers. With the monarchy of the Father question earlier, it seems strange that the Catholic version of the Creed acknowledges the monarchia of one God the Father. Well, that's because the Creed comes from the Constantinople one. I mean, they're not going to deny the well, I mean, they might, but I mean, the Roman Catholic Church is many centuries of evolving and innovating. So it's not like they just outright reject the entire Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. But the monarchy of the Father is in the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed because Constantinople I is the confirmation of the Cappadocian theology, and the Cappadocians all teach the monarchy of the Father without question. It's not even up for dispute. It's like 101. So, and then later Roman Catholic theologians, like if you read the Vatican Clarification on the Filioque from some years ago, it admits all the points of the Orthodox, and it even admits that the East and West, the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic view, are in tension. So they basically concede most of the points, except that they just still want there to be. They concede everything except that they can't give up what Florence and Lyons say, and that's explicitly in the Vatican Clarification on the Filioque. So they basically, they've locked in. Their position is locked in because they can't deny Lyons and Florence, at least from the dogmatic perspective. Francis doesn't even care what Lyons or Florence or the Nicene Creed says. Francis does whatever he wants. So, they're already moving way beyond that into like generic Abrahamic theism with Francis. So you're talking about academic disputes amongst Roman Catholics that really don't matter. Francis has taken it all to a new level. So, anybody else in the Discord chat? Open forum.
I'm here. You go ahead, Danny.
I wanted to ask about some primary sources for church history that you would recommend to a Protestant.
Well, the best thing that's even used in Pelikan's works are used in Protestant, Roman Catholic, and Orthodox seminaries because they're so well done and so scholarly. So I would say Emergence of the Catholic Tradition, Volume 1, 2, 3. Well, you read them all, but Volume 1, 2, and 3 cover up to the Middle Ages and the Protestant Reformation. So Yaroslav Pelikan, Pelikan. And that's more of an history of ideas book. So it's not just going to be covering the historical events per se, but more of the ideological history. So, what did Nicaea teach? What did Athanasius teach? So not giving you like what happened and, who was mad at who at Nicaea, this kind of a thing.
Thank you.
Sure. Who's next? There's somebody else that they wanted to ask a question.
Andy, you can go right ahead. Unmute yourself.
Okay. What's it called? I have a lot of questions, but just to start, just recently you said something about nominalism. Why is it that nominalists can't have knowledge? I'm a nominalist, and I believe I'm an epistemic nihilist.
Here we go. Having knowledge is not the same thing as giving an account for knowledge. Obviously, you believe you have knowledge. That's not the same thing as justifying the knowledge claims.
Okay. So I can't give justification as like what if there's no such thing as universals or abstract objects? That's what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically. Sure.
Why not? Why not? Like, what's the problem with me saying my chair exists as a particular?
Say what?
What's the problem with me knowing my chair is right here as a particular?
Okay, well, what is a chair amongst a class of chairs?
Why does there have to be such thing as a chair? I don't really see why it's a big deal.
Okay, so again,
a chair is. Go ahead.
If we deny that things share properties that are really existing amongst them, then we don't have any way to adequately and really classify them as having those things. So they just become appearances. They become tokens, symbols, and signs that objects don't really possess. And if you look at the history of nominalism, it caves to solipsism. So you're basically stuck in your mind. You don't know that any objects actually possess these things.
Okay, so what's the problem with everything just being appearances? That's close to what I believe.
Well, number one, you can't then say that everything is appearances. That's an illicit claim to make if you don't know that. You can never make a universal claim if you are a strict empiricist nominalist.
Why not? I don't see. That's kind of weird to me. I feel like you might have just answered it already, and I just don't feel like that's an answer. Just as me personally, maybe you did give a good answer though, but I just haven't seen it.
Do you understand that nominalism is bound up with empiricism?
No, I don't. But I'm an empiricist. I'm a radical empiricist, so that's fine.
Okay. How do you have access to any universal state of affairs as an empiricist?
Any universal state of affairs, as in like universals? There's just no such thing, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
As in like.
Yeah. So you don't have access to it.
That's sort of.
So then you can't say everything is just appearances. That's a universal claim.
Okay, true. But I mean, not everything is.
Okay, can we move on? This is not going anywhere. Let's move on. I'm gonna get mad if we keep. Let's move on, please.
I agree with you.
You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I'm gonna get mad and you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't know how else to say that. I mean, you just made a universal claim, and then you said there's no universals, and you don't see how that's a problem. I don't know. I can't. What do you want me to do? I can't help you.
Okay, well, when I say I believe everything's appearances, that's just my metaphysics. I understand that I can't know that.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. That's a universal claim. Everything. Do you see that? Do you know the word every? That means all of a class.
Okay.
You just said there's no classes.
Okay. Do you want to go to the next person?
Yes. Okay. Who's next?
Hi, Jay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oops.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Fine. What's going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jay. I have a question. I know you already addressed the topic of reception into the church. And I'm interested in that topic because I'm a Roman Catholic who's entering the church thanks to your work.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And I recently read the book I Confess One Baptism. I don't know if you know it. I think so.
No. Who wrote that?
Let's see. I have it on my drive.
Are you just asking whether you can be received by chrismation or baptism, or is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say that number one, you can't make your bishop baptize you. You need to be received the way that the church tells you to be received, and then down the road, if your spiritual father and people direct you to being baptized, which is possible if you want to. Clear up any doubts, because one of the reasons for this is that we don't always know what Roman Catholic churches do, because Roman Catholic churches are getting pretty wild. I've seen, quote, baptisms by Roman Catholic priests in videos, baptizing in the name of the sea, the land, and the air. I've seen them doing all kinds of crazy stuff, which obviously those don't even count as the valid form of baptism. So some Orthodox people, though, however, don't even know about how crazy all of Rome is, and so they might just be receiving people via mere chrismation, when in fact in some cases they actually should be baptized. So I'm going to tell you that you should leave that up to wherever you're being received. Be received the way that they receive you, and then down the road, if you feel like you need to be baptized in the proper form, the correct form, then you should also do that. But I don't know how you were received, and I don't know your situation. And, sometimes even like a uniate might be baptized in full immersion. So, and that's a Roman Catholic baptism. So it's a really complex issue. But ideally it would be good if the church did have one standard way of doing it. That I agree with Father Hears on that, and that is the best route, because economia can be abused, but you also can't make your priest or bishop receive you in the way you want. So I don't think God's going to hold you accountable for something that you couldn't get them to do. So just be received the way that they tell you to be received, and then in the future, God will provide a way for you, if you need to be fully immersed in the Orthodox form.
Right.
But I'm also not your spiritual father, and so I can't tell you what to do.
Right. Right, I understand it. Well, it's the doubt came up because the book, it's really covers the topic really in depth.
Okay. I don't know about that book. I don't know. I haven't read it.
It's by George Metalinos, I think.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's a respected. I think he's a bishop or archbishop. So yeah. I mean, and typically ROCOR, ROCOR receives everybody in the same way. So again, it's a jurisdictional issue that'll have to be solved. I can't solve this. This is an issue out of my hands. So all I can tell you is that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the way, I'm not bullying the person. The person wasn't listening to what I was saying. So people in the chat it's not bullying. I mean, we're going to, when you want to be challenged and you want to raise your questions, the way our Discord has always operated. I'm not talking about you about baptism, I'm talking about that other guy. So we have a lot of vegans and atheists that come from the epistemic nihilist and the these domains and the T-Jump server, and they want to come ask the questions, and we always let them do it. But you're going to be held to rigorous precision, and that's not me being mean, and that's not me bullying. And if you think I'm bullying people, then you need to go somewhere else.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I was reading Father Deacon Dr. Ananias' paper on tag that is linked in the What is Tag page.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned something about the incarnation being necessary, like one of the distinctives that makes Christianity the only worldview that can account for knowledge. He mentions the incarnation as one of the reasons for that. You know, I didn't really get his argument, but I was wondering if you could clarify on why the incarnation is so important in regard to that.
If you read the paper that I did, I don't recall what Father Deacon's line of argumentation was specifically in his paper, but I do recall the argument I made on this point, which is, if you go to the paper that I wrote, Numbers Prove God, it's just a little essay I wrote some years ago that got pretty popular. There's a section in here where I quote from a St. Maximus scholar. I think his name is Stephen Clark. And I'll put it in the chat for the people in chat. And Stephen Clark makes an interesting argument about the Logos becoming incarnate, that makes the divine mind accessible in the human domain. So if God didn't become incarnate, it would be difficult for the human mind to, or maybe impossible for the human mind to have any connection to the divine mind. So even though we're made in the image of God, we need an access point that's in the created realm to the divine mind. And so the incarnation of Christ, the kenosis, actually is what is the second person of the Godhead, the Logos incarnate, stepping into time and space, then making that sort of bridge between God and man through the divine person of the Logos, assuming a human nature, and human nature includes.
That's what I argue.
Okay, yeah,
is that basically.
Yeah, go ahead.
After the fall, there's obviously a gap.
Yes,
right. There's
exactly.
a distance between, in many different senses. It doesn't just have to be epistemic, and so. One of the things that the incarnation does, as Jay points out, is that it heals that, it fills that gap, and Christ becomes, as I quote from St. Augustine and others, Christ becomes the teacher, of knowledge for all men in the incarnation. So in one sense, I'm just covering the patristics that this is what they teach, is that there is no any other light that can make that can bridge that gap and make that epistemic problem solved, other than Christ, the Logos, the light of men who became incarnate. Jay, you put it really well.
I'll add this paper by Dr. Stephen Clark. I'm not advocating everything Stephen Clark says. I'm just saying that this is a really good insight that he makes at the end of this paper, where he says that Maximus sees the bridge between the divine mind and the human mind precisely in the incarnate person of Christ. And so it's just a really interesting, I mean, he wasn't trying to make a transcendental argument in this paper, but I noticed that as I was reading his papers, that actually would apply to Tag, because if the divine mind is always sort of inaccessible, if it never is in the here and now, then there is kind of a gap that would be a problem for trying to ground your knowledge in the divine mind. But if Christ is incarnate, then we no longer have that gap, because him being the, mediator between God and man, that doesn't just mean a mediator in the sense of salvation and redemption. I mean, he's literally the mediator of the entire created order, because he's the new Adam.
Sorry. So would you say that, like, in the incarnation, you have, like, the divine mind being united with the human mind in the person of Christ?
Absolutely.
And therefore that gives the whole human race access to the knowledge of God.
Well, it gives the potential for the whole human race to have saving knowledge. The whole human race has a degree of knowledge, which we could say is natural revelation, the way Stan Eloy talks about it. But that's not in itself salvific, right? We also require supernatural knowledge. We also require theosis. So it's not just having some sort of generic conception of a God, or, even Protestants have a knowledge of Jesus. But that doesn't mean that a Protestant is therefore deified because he has a knowledge of Jesus. We also have to really participate in God, in Christ.
Okay. And one last question is: what would this mean for the saints in the Old Testament and the people in the Old Testament and their ability to know God and how they knew God, since he had not yet come incarnate?
Well, no, so Maximus and many of the church fathers actually address this, and they point out that they had grace. Nobody can be saved or see God without grace. And so the fact that Christ hadn't come yet doesn't mean that the grace of the cross wasn't applicable back in time.
Okay.
So the cross, the grace of the cross functions for us after it just as much as it functions for the patriarchs before it. This is why Paul says in Romans 4, Galatians 3 and 4, and Hebrews 4 that the gospel was preached to Abraham. Jesus says, Abraham believed in me, he knew me, saw me, and was glad. That's who was having the meal with Abraham. It's Jesus. And you can't see and know Jesus without grace, without the nous. And so St. Maximus even says in the 200 chapters that the Old Testament patriarchs, they even saw God noetically.
Oh, all right. Well, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Hey, Jay, I wanted to bring up, I know that last guy left, but he was an empiricist phenomenalist, and there's a great kind of refutation in the Bonjour book about. So remember what phenomenalism talks about is that the content of your beliefs about physical material objects, whether justified or not, is only in the realm that can exist outside of our minds and our experiences in the independent physical realm.
Right. Which you can't know that on those grounds.
Yeah. If he basically goes through and says that one of the critiques is, in order to justify that, though, you go beyond the phenomenal experiences.
Yeah, exactly.
That are that allegedly constitute the existence of material objects. It's a pretty short argument, but it's pretty.
I've got the book right here in front of me. Do you know which page that's on?
It's page 128.
Okay.
Objections to phenomenalism, and this applies to the sense datum theorists too.
Yeah.
So they think they can get out of this issue by bracketing, just being like, "Well, I'm just." And if you remember, Sellers goes after the myth of the given, the phenomenalist too. It
Exactly.
applies to, because phenomena is supposed to be a given, as a sense datum.
Yeah, I mean, any of these positions that are empiricist in nature and thus also nominalist in nature, what happens is that...
he states in there, as regards to the only possible form of response to this question is to say that the sensory experience of this sort of order is simply a fundamental fact about reality. Well, notice they always do. Well, it's just a fundamental fact, right? But how are you going to justify that?
Yeah.
You're just going to assert it. We're supposed to take it.
Well, that and the position is locking itself into a very limited box. I mean, if you think that you only have access to your immediate sensory input, number one, you don't know that there is actually an input from something external to you. That's an unjustified move. And secondly, when the guy was trying to make meaningful sentences and statements, he's immediately in the dilemma of saying right, these kinds of universal claims, which are not, it's impossible. You can't make those kinds of claims when you've already limited your system.
Yeah, forfeited that. So why don't, just interesting, psychologically speaking, why don't you think they see that? Oh, shoot, I just said this isn't allowed in my system and I'm bringing it in.
Well, the first objection was that he didn't understand the difference between an assertion and a justification for that assertion. So he was like, well, why do I have to justify it? Why can't I just say it? And it's like, well, I mean, you have to give an account for the claim or the argument. You can't just say it. Like, there has to be some kind of reason why we should believe that. And so that's why justification matters. I mean, I think we're just dealing with
that response from a lot of people too.
Well, because really people don't know the difference.
That's not what I said, by the way,
J-Dyer. That is what you said.
Well, good, you're here. Welcome.
That is what you said. You said that you don't have to, like, why does that matter? You said, you mean I have to give an account? So you didn't know what a justification was. I'm not misrepresenting.
No, that's just not true.
I'm not misrepresenting you. That's what you said.
I said, why can't I give a justification?
Well, I guess we're waiting for...
I mean, you're welcome to.
I mean, part of it's what I just pointed out, the sort of justification.
If I'm not wrong, you said nominalists can't give justifications, and I said, why?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay, well, why not?
Because of the limiting nature of the system.
The justification that you gave was something that you don't allow in your system.
Yeah.
So I never gave a justification. I never gave a justification.
No, you attempted to.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said
just making up stuff blatantly.
No, you said why can't I just say
about nominalism?
You said why can't I just say the chair is here?
You said that we can't have knowledge, and I said
no, I didn't. I said you can't justify your knowledge.
I'm familiar with epistemology, and I've claimed to have knowledge.
Do you know the difference between?
Like, why do you say I can't have knowledge?
I'm gonna, dude, shut up, or you're getting. Just please boot this guy. Boot him. This is so dumb.
And you never gave me a reason.
You shut up, or you're getting booted. Again. Do you know the difference between a knowledge claim and justifying the claim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I said to you. So why is that even an issue?
What do you said that we can't have knowledge. You never just explained
that. That is not what I said. I said you
said
can't justify your knowledge. That's the first thing I said to you.
We believe you have knowledge. You just, from your position, cannot give a coherent account or a justification for how knowledge is possible.
Evidentialism.
Okay, this is so dumb. That's not. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. Just saying the word evidence is not. No, you don't. We're asking you epistemic questions, and you're just saying things. Evidence. That's not a response. That's not a justification.
Do you know what the evidentialist theory of justification is? I don't think.
Yes, it's in the textbook. Get him out of here. He doesn't know anything, and he's trying to say we don't know what we're talking about. Just please boot this guy.
What do you mean? You said I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't.
I didn't make any claims until you did.
You just got refuted. You tried to make a universal claim, and you didn't even know you were doing that.
You just made up stuff. You said that I said that I don't have justification.
No, you tried to make a universal claim saying everything. Just boot this guy, please. This guy's an idiot.
It's a good moment for me to jump in.
Okay.
Boot that guy. I'm not talking until we boot this idiot.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hey. So, question. If I understood well your version of divine conceptualism, you think we have analogical reasoning and rationality, right?
I think analogical reasoning is related to divine conceptualism, but they're not identical, or, I mean, they're related.
Well, do you think we have univocal reasoning through divine conceptualism?
No, I mean, analogical is not univocal. Do you know what you're talking about?
Okay, so when you say we have access to universals, the universals are in God, right? In the divine mind.
Well, everything is in the divine mind. But no, universals are not identical to God. So we're not Platonists. That would be the Platonic position. So no, they're not identical to God.
Okay, so when we access the universals, we don't have like a full univocal access to these universals. Only analogical?
Again, the word analogical means not univocal. It means analogy.
Okay, so when you say that we have access to universals, then we might be subject to error and misapprehension.
Okay, didn't you make this argument like 3 weeks ago? So do people just come in here to make the same arguments that they made a month ago? I mean, didn't you just make this argument in here a month ago?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
But you're giggling though. You're giggling though. Why are you giggling if you didn't make this argument? Or was it 6 weeks ago and not a month ago?
I haven't been in this server in like 6 months.
Which eighth? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's 6 months ago. So let's move on. This is just so stupid. Do we only get like the same goobers to come back in here? And that guy will. That other guy that just got booted. Yeah. Bye. There's no patience today. Okay, bye. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're giggling because he's making the same stupid argument that he did. They're just trolling. I don't even think these people are serious. These are all the T-Dump people. These are the leftovers of T-Dump and Ask Yourself, basically. What was that guy's name? Because nobody's booting, so I'm going to have to boot.
Latent cheer.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Goodbye, dude. Nice try.
Can I ask a question about theosis?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm coming from a Baptist background, so my conception of salvation, in contrast to Orthodoxy, is a little bit different, obviously. So from what I've know, theosis is deification, right? So it's experiential knowledge of God, or moving forward or towards Him and putting on the image of Christ. Basically.
Well, it's not just knowledge; it's participation. So it's a real participation of our whole being in God.
Okay, and then it's also tied in with something called the nous, right?
Correct. The nous is a faculty that God has given to man to know and perceive Him directly.
So let's say that somebody does not ever get to the point where they have that. I guess that you said that it's not just experiential, but that experiential knowledge of God.
It's every aspect of your being. Yeah.
So you're saying it's like, if let's say someone doesn't reach a certain point of deification before they die, does that mean that they're not per se saved, or how does that exactly work? I'm just wondering, because I'm a little bit confused on that aspect. Like, how does salvation entail with theosis? Like, if you don't reach a certain point of participation, or is it the journey to salvation, journey towards God, wherever you land, that is still transferred over, like your walk with God is...
So theosis is only for people in the body of Christ. It's not for the whole world participating in theosis. So the wicked will be resurrected, and that in a sense is a restoration of their nature, but they're not deified. They're not participating in theosis. So that's only for the church.
So how would you, like, I know this is probably like easy, but how do you start the walk to theosis or participating in the divine nature? That's spiritual.
You
are baptized in the church.
Catechumen, and you join the Orthodox Church.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, good questions.
Because that's when you're actually grafted into the and unified with the body, sealed with the Holy Spirit. That's when the process begins.
Can you imagine, this is how many epistemic nihilists now? About 4 in the last 6 months. They come into the Discord to debate and then realize that their position precludes the possibility of debating, and then they still debate. I mean, this is just so dumb. It's unbelievable.
Did somebody just tell them there was some term or philosophical movement called epistemic nihilism, and they're like, oh, that's the one I want?
Yeah, I think they heard it in one of their atheist Discord servers, and they think that this is some kind of like smooth, slick position that nobody can refute or something. It's just literal gibberish, basically.
I have a question for either Father Deacon or Jay about knowledge, now that we're on the topic.
Father Deacon is an expert at knowledge, so he can answer.
Knowledge.
Just at knowledge.
Just
the word knowledge.
What's his name? Ty. Jay, what was his name?
Ty Lopez?
Ty Lopez, knowledge.
Yeah.
Lamborghini.
So the saints are at a level where they directly perceive the energies, and is this working on a coherentist model, or is it foundationalist at that level of knowledge?
I think it's either.
It's neither of those. I mean,
yeah, I don't think it's either of those.
Those are just secular theories of knowledge. I mean, that's not. Direct perception of God has nothing really to do with secular theories of knowledge.
Okay. So at that point, it's not like we're not talking about how your belief is justified. It's like just different realm.
Yeah, and those we're talking about kind of discursive reasoning, dianeia, and giving an account for how knowledge is possible and what justification is. None of those theories could or do touch on noetic knowledge in the news, which is exactly what you're talking about.
The saints they're not worried with justifying their claims. I mean, they see and know God directly. What would there be to give an account for or justify? So, I mean, justifying claims, knowledge claims, this is the domain of the fallen world, where apologetics is part of what we have to do. That doesn't mean everybody has to do apologetics. There's a lot of people in the church who are ignorant and mean and angry and resentful who think that apologetics is of the devil, or you're not supposed to do it, even though the Bible does it and the church fathers do it. Somehow people think that this is antithetical to Christianity or whatever. I don't know where they get this idea, but it's not. We're not going to be doing apologetics in the eschaton. The saints are not interested in defending their beliefs and their claims because they see God in all things. That's what Paul says. Christ will be all in all. What would there be to justify the claims? So
doesn't Paul say faith and hope will not exist in the afterlife? It'll just be a constant love. So we won't even need to give faithful or knowledge claims in that sense either.
Yeah, we won't be doing apologetics. There won't be doubt. Apologetics is for the unbelieving.
Okay, so is it because it's knowledge of a different kind or of a different topic?
Well, I mean, again, as Father Deacon said, the word knowledge has a lot of different senses. So, dianoia, rational, thought processes, reasoning through to conclusions. That's not the direct perception of the saints. The saints are having. It's like if you and I are talking face to face, you're not having to reason about whether I exist or whether we're having that conversation. We're having a direct correspondence, right?
Right.
But is that something that? Sorry. Is that something that people should strive for in this life, or is that something reserved strictly for the saints? That's what I was saying earlier.
You are to be a saint. You're to be a saint in this life. What do you mean? We're all called to become saints.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I was saying earlier. These people have a direct perception of God. And what I was saying is, like, people participate in this life and they may never have that same deification that the saints do. And that's what I was thinking about.
No, I mean, that's the radical position.
Are you still gonna, if you don't ever have that experience of that direct perception in this life, it doesn't really mean that you aren't saved, correct? Like, I don't know.
So the position that the Orthodox Church says is that all of us have the potentia as baptized Orthodox charismatic Christians to ascend and reach those levels. But we may not ascend and reach those levels in this life. But that doesn't mean that only 5 people in the world are saved, right? I mean, our salvation is not contingent upon some kind of like single experience. Like, you're only saved if you had a Damascus Road Paul type experience or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, sweet, I'm in.
I mean, if that's the case, then most of us are not. Well, I mean, it's just there's no point, right? I mean, most people are not going to have those experiences, and if that's actually Massalianism. So if you read the life of Saint Simeon, the new theologian, he was kicked out of his monastery because he said that every Christian has the ability to achieve theosis and see the divine light, and the monks all thought he was being heretical, and they kicked him out of his monastery. And he was just stating the classical position, which is that literally every Orthodox Christian has the ability for this. And the monks were like, no, it's only reserved for like 5 super saints. And that's the heresy of the Massalians. The Massalians thought that literally only a handful of super saints could be saved, and like they're the elite that see the divine or the divine light, and everyone else is damned. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Kind of like Calvinists.
Well, I mean, a Calvinist doesn't necessarily think that. Well, it's in the sense of it being a spiritual elitism, yeah. But I mean, it's very different than Calvinism. I mean, Calvinists don't have any notion of seeing the divine light or anything like that. The Massalians were more like an elite charismatic type of group. Like they thought that you had to go into these ecstatic kind of special charismatic states of being, and then you would see the divine light, and those are the only people that were really saints and saved. So it was more like a cult mindset, like a charismatic cult kind of view. Just look up the Massalians. It's a famous ancient church heresy.
Kind of like the TO people.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's lost but me and my 5 trailer park people.
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
I'm Protestant, but I've been listening to your stuff for about 3 months now, and I've been going pretty hard. And the question I guess I'm trying to understand the nuances of certain things. Sometimes I feel like even though I'm Protestant, there's a lot of things you say that doctrinally that actually sync up to the particular Bible church that I go to. But my question is, if you were to die when you were a Protestant, would you have gone to heaven or hell?
Well, I mean, we don't make those judgments because we are not told that. We're not in the position to make God's judgments. What we say is what we know. And so we don't know. And what we do know is that we do tell people that you have to be at some point joined to the Orthodox Church. So if God has extra norm means by which he does that, maybe that's entirely possible. We don't know what God, we don't tell God what he can and can't do. So if he has a way to join people to the church in some special way, that's up to God. And he hasn't really told us that how he does that, but what he has told us is that we have to tell people to become Orthodox. So it's that simple.
Yeah, fair enough. And then my last question is, in certain prisons, for baptisms, you're not going to be provided enough water to do a fully submerged baptism, and so I've heard of them, getting allotted a small little bit of water to do the baptism, and so I'm just trying to figure out, I guess, where
your salvation is not contingent upon the amount of water that goes over your head. I mean, God can make up for all of that if that is sincerely God saving that person. Again, we don't know. But it's not the amount of water on your head that's what saves you. I mean, it needs to be an immersion, but that's not the point.
Okay.
I mean, the thief on the cross is not baptized. And yet Christ, through economia, Christ can make up for any of these things that are lacking. But that doesn't mean that we should therefore just not worry. Oh, baptism doesn't matter.
I guess that's what I appreciate about everything that I'm learning from your stuff and just from Greek Orthodoxy is and maybe I don't know.
Okay, well, the Orthodox Church is not Greek Orthodoxy. That's a jurisdiction.
Pardon me?
The Orthodox Church is not Greek Orthodoxy. That's a jurisdiction in the Orthodox Church. So be careful with that because
okay, great.
I'm not under any Greek churches. I don't go to Greek churches. Not because I don't like Greeks, but I'm not under Go Arch. So be careful. Be careful there.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. What I see through Orthodoxy and say Protestant is I would almost interpret Orthodoxy as truth leaning and Protestant as grace leaning. Is that even though obviously there's a little bit of both in each, but I just see.
I don't think that's. I think that's wrong. I mean, I don't think Protestants have anything close to the correct conception of grace at all. So I don't think that's right at all. I mean, grace is literally participating in the life of God. It's an uncreated reality. No Protestant church in the world teaches that. So they're not. They may use the word grace a lot, but that's not the point. The point is, what do you mean by it, and do you have the correct meaning of that word? Not do you use the word a lot.
Well, absolutely. I mean, for me, grace would be how we treat people and how we forgive. We extend grace towards others.
That's not what grace is. Totally wrong. Okay. I mean, there might be an aspect that's mercy, being merciful to people, but grace in Scripture is participating in the life of God. Okay. Jesus says in John 17 that he came to give us a participation in the glory that he had with the Father before the foundation of the world. And the glory of God is not a creature. It's an uncreated reality. So the grace of God, which is immortality, which is eternal life, is not merely being merciful towards people. It's not even merely God's disposition towards us. And most Protestant churches, they see grace as God's favorable disposition towards humans. That's not what grace primarily is. It's the reality of participating in uncreated grace.
And what's a good, I guess, as far as early church fathers, what would be a good place to start when getting the correct understanding of grace?
St. Athanasius on the Incarnation, and then read the Cappadocians, the 5 theological orations of Gregory Nazianzus, Basil on the Holy Spirit.
Okay, awesome. Hey, thank you so much.
Sure, anytime. Anybody else?
Just a quick thing. What are your thoughts on James B. Jordan?
I mean, I've been reading James Jordan since 2003. I paid $400 many years ago to get all of his works at that time. So I have a giant crate of all of James Jordan's unpublished works. My godfather just went to the James Jordan estate to buy the rights to his works to publish them. Cabane, Tommy Hamilton, has been reading James Jordan for the last 10 or 15 years. So there's a lot of great insights in James Jordan. I know that I think he's probably close to passing away. I would have wished that Jordan had become Orthodox. So that's
that's what I'm saying. Like he actually led me into Orthodoxy.
So, as he did many people.
Like,
so
I'm thinking there has to be some sort of leeway when it comes to that, because he obviously is such a great Bible expositor. I can't imagine that the Lord is going to, condemn him for not being. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
I mean, I'm not going to presume to say what God does or doesn't do, and that's that's a Protestant type of thing, right? We don't do that. So I'm not going to. But I mean, I know what he's already said about people who create their own churches, and so I mean that's. Again, I would like to have as much leeway. I want to hope the best. Maybe if he's not dead yet, he will convert. I don't know. But, I mean, you can't rip off the church fathers and create your own pseudo-Anglican sect for 20 years, and it just doesn't work that way. You don't have the right to do that. I mean, I've interacted with all those Doug Wilson people many years ago, not anytime soon, and I think a lot of those people are scoundrels, man. A lot of those people. I don't mean the people in the church. There's a lot of sincere people in the church. I mean the people that run those churches. I don't think those are the most genuine people. And that doesn't mean that Doug Wilson can't, do a decent transcendental argument when he debates with Hitchens, but I don't have a very high view of any of those people. So.
All right.
And it has nothing to do with anything personal. I don't know any of those people on a personal level. But I don't have a lot of respect for people that LARP as Orthodox, pseudo-Anglicans, and then try to convert people, try to steer people going towards Orthodoxy into their pseudo-Anglicanism. That's all that those people are doing. So they're just either grifters or frauds or I don't know what else to say. So.
Alrighty, thank you.
Hey, I had a question about.
And by the way, those people have been very nasty towards me.
I joined a little late, so I apologize if you had covered this earlier. But you often hear people say things like Revelation is closed, and I'm not sure if they're sort of referring to like the Book of Revelation or Revelation, as a concept of understanding what's true. But I was just wondering if you've ever sort of explained what your understanding of Revelation is. The people who can receive it, and maybe just the Orthodox perspective, kind of in a bigger sense, because I think it's something that seems to come up a lot in
the
debates.
Book of Revelation?
What's that?
You talking about the end times, the Book of Revelation?
No, so like Revelation in the sense of like, God reveals something to a person that's, practicing asceticism, is living a holy life, and has, absolute truth revealed to them, not like the Book of the Apocalypse.
I mean,
whoa. Every time I try to look
down.
into this, I find stuff about the last book of the canon of Scripture.
Well, so typically, no, we don't encourage that because we are very prone to delusion. So that's not to say that God can't do those things, or that many of the saints have been clairvoyant, sure, but that's a different thing from absolute truth being equated to your private revelations. We would never say that. And the canon is closed. There's no new revelations. That was closed a long time ago. And so the only time that these things would be allowed is if you are in the Orthodox Church and you are under some spiritual father and you are living the life of the church, and in time it becomes confirmed that you are really receiving things from the Holy Spirit and not from delusions. So that's why you're not finding any of that, is because the Orthodox Church discourages that. And we do not accept and promote any of those charismatic delusions. In fact, we think that's a huge delusion.
Yeah, I know I've heard a lot about the concept of prelest, and obviously that's something that doesn't exist.
So let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. So this is not an issue. I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying, like, you don't even need to worry about this, right? If you're wanting to become Orthodox, don't even worry about that. You need to become Orthodox, learn the basics, become a catechumen, and then you start there. And this kind of stuff, that if that happens, that's down the road. Why? In other words, this is not even a question that you should be really worried about.
Oh, I became Orthodox about 6 months ago, and
cool.
It's just something that hearing some of your debates, sort of the point where I see them sort of ending a lot of the times is the final way to know if something is true or not is through revelation, as opposed to natural theology or some of these other ways that people you debate against, or
okay, but
pagans.
I don't mean charismatic private revelations. I mean the body of doctrines taught by Scripture, the apostles, and the church. That's what revelation means. I don't mean like you're praying and you hear a voice and it's Gabriel talking to you. That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about Scripture, tradition, church fathers. That's revelation, not private revelations, which are possible, but we don't give. In fact, it's funny you said that, because actually when I was writing down some text from Cyric about economics, I had forgotten about this text in Cyric. Let me find it, where it actually talks about this issue. So, it's noting that we have to be very careful to not pay attention to personal private visions over the public dogma and revelation of the church. So this is Sirach. Let me pull this up. $34. Yes. Now, this is, a lot of times people ask this question. This is a very helpful section that I'd forgotten about that I just saw today. What about dreams? What about visions? Oh, let me put this up on the screen for the audience here so you guys can see this. Oh, man, not that. Yeah. What about dreams, visions, private revelations? What about all that kind of stuff? A man of no understanding has vain and false hopes, and dreams give wings to fools. How many charismatic, I'm not talking about you, but how many charismatic idiots and goobers are out there? Oh, the Lord sent me a dream, and he told me in my dream the end times is coming. Blah, blah, blah. No, dreams give wings to fools. As one who catches at a shadow and pursues the wind, so is he who gives heed to dreams. The vision of dreams is this against that, and the likeness of a face confronting a face. From an unclean thing, what will be made clean? And from something false, what will be made true? Divinations and omens and dreams are folly. And like a woman in travail, the mind has fancies. Unless they are sent from the Most High as a visitation, do not give mind to your dreams. Dreams have deceived many, and those who put their hope in them will fail, or have failed. Without such deceptions, the law will be fulfilled, and wisdom is made perfect in truthful lips. So, is it possible that God can send a saint, a clairvoyant, a dream? Yes. And that is always done under spiritual supervision. It's not you out there as a lone prophet of the end times, or that's all Protestant nonsense and delusion. And so the reason, Father Deacon, are you there?
I'm here. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. So
this is great.
you've spoken to this so many times. Why is it so important that the spiritual father is involved in our spiritual life when it comes to these kinds of experiences?
Yeah, I was talking with a student about this too, and just kind of comparing and contrasting different worldviews, just Western religions in general. I mean, I guess anything that's not Orthodox. We take a skeptical view of ourselves. In fact, we could say we presuppose that we're getting it wrong and we're deluded. That's how we Orthodox. So we can't do it by ourselves. We've already admitted that we're messed up and we're not in a position to actually have discernment as individuals. We're all under demonic influence, especially in dreams. And so what we do, what does that mean? That we can never make any judgments? No, we have a mechanism. First of all, we may be the only institution that even has in our theology something identified like that called prelist. That you're incapable as an individual and you're under constant deception and deluded, getting spiritual highs, getting visions from all these different things. The Lord speaking to me. Most religions or paradigms don't have any concept that that's prelist, like that's demonic delusion, that you're spiritual delusion that you're under. And so the way that we get out of that is, again, a holistic picture. You submit yourself to an authority. You have a spiritual father who has the discernment, and they're in check as well. So they don't operate just by themselves as a spiritual leader, self-proclaimed or something like that. And part of their check too is they've gained their reputation among the Orthodox community, who's the only institution in position to actually give a coherent account of all this stuff and how knowledge of deception is possible. They gain a reputation of having spiritual credentials of discernment. So they don't stand alone. they have a spiritual father too. And they're in accord with all the counsels and teachings of the Father when they give their guidance. So they can be judged. So when we go through an individual experience, and I have it all the time where I think, like, God's opening doors and speaking to me, brothers, I've got to go take it to my spiritual father. What does this mean? Is it God? Is this right for me to do? I mean, how many times for you Orthodox out there that you think there's a right thing or God's telling you something, you talk to your spiritual father or father confessor, and they say no.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so much confusion over this. People in the text are saying that we're being Protestant. Did you not hear what he just said? Father Deacon, he just literally said that the Orthodox Church is the only church that has the mechanism to not fall into the Protestant delusion. Are you listening to what is being said? How on earth could you just think that what we just said was Protestant? I mean, do you understand that? So Revelation it's not Protestant to say that Revelation is scripture and tradition. That's the first thing I said. That's not Protestant. Protestants don't believe tradition is part of Revelation. And that's what I just said. So where did you get Protestant out of that? That's crazy.
What are these guys writing?
The YouTube text chat. No, the YouTube text chat.
Something else that on this subject that just from reading the Desert Fathers and Ancient Future Faith or whatever the Father Seraphim Rose book is I feel like the Protestant circles that I was in before becoming Orthodox completely ignore the aesthetic side of living a Christian life. I mean, they might do some good works or have a food bank or something, but the concept of fasting, the concept of the other things that are required for God to interact with people all throughout the Old and the New Testament, like they're this common thread of selflessness and giving large portions of their money to the poor and all these things that most Christians, pick your denomination or heretics or whatever, like don't even consider as part of it. And then, like you said, you got little KC Copeland out here just screaming at people, just filled with some sort of demonic spirit, saying that this is revelation. But yeah, I don't know. I appreciate what you guys said.
Yeah,
I mean, it's more than just doing good deeds. I mean, this is something that would be clear even in ethics too.
Mm-hmm.
That so let's say you have two people. Let's say he's a police officer.
Jay's bored.
Hello?
So,
am I hearing that, or am I insane or something?
Who is this chick talking, and what is she talking about? I'm blurred.
Here's the BPP, the Crucible's wife. She was at the Indiana event.
Okay, blessings. So two police officers, and they walk into a bar. No, two police officers, and they're doing all the good deeds, right? One does it because, let's say, it's the right thing to do, and the other one does it because he doesn't want to get in trouble and wants a reputation, such and such. Obviously, intention matters, and I would argue that, so it's not simply just doing the deeds. Intention matters, and I would even say the paradigm matters in which you're operating it too. So for me, there's no convincing argument that, well, look at this person. Look at all the good deeds that they're doing in their weird religion. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Right. It's like the do-gooding liberal that, on Judgment Day, if you were doing these things for any reason other than to glorify God and reduce yourself and lift him up, it's not going to give you a very strong case for the judgment seat.
There's a couple more texts too to keep in mind about this, because this comes up a lot. I just want to mention these really brief, and we'll notice that in Paul's epistle, he basically follows the principle of Deuteronomy 13 and 18. So if you look at Deuteronomy 13 and 18, we know that a true prophet, when he arises, or a dreamer of dreams, or a giver of signs and wonders, the sign and wonder which he tells you comes to pass, and he says, let us follow other gods that you have not known, you will not listen to the words of that prophet. or to the dreamer of dreams. The Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall walk after him, right? Don't give in to or follow a false prophet who tells you to follow a different teaching, even if he does some kind of weird sign or wonder. And we know that that's related to Christ, because Christ in Deuteronomy 3, later on, Moses will talk about a coming prophet who will be like him, like Moses, who will, teach you in the way. It's a prediction of Christ, in other words, as the coming prophet, right? In Deuteronomy 18:15, which we'll see here in a second. But there's another principle before that in Deuteronomy 18, where it says, when you come into the land that the Lord gives you, you will not follow the abominable practices of those nations. There will not be found among you anyone who burns his son or daughters as an offering. Don't do human sacrifice. Don't do divination, soothsaying. Don't be a sorcerer, a charmer, a medium, a wizard, a necromancer. For the Lord, whoever does these things is an abomination. And then it goes on to say, the Lord will raise up a prophet from among you, and him you will heed. Just as you desired the Lord your God at Horeb, I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among the brethren. This is not about Muhammad, by the way. This is obviously about Christ, because remember, what did Deuteronomy 13 say? That the prophet has to teach in continuity with the previous revelation. So whoever comes along as a prophet, whether it's Isaiah, Jeremiah, and ultimately the culmination of all the prophets, Christ himself, has to be, somebody please mute. Somebody has to be in continuity with the previous revelation, with the law of Moses, the Torah, right? And that proves that Marcionism is false. It's the same God of the Old Testament, New Testament, because Jesus has to be teaching in continuity with this, or else he's not a true prophet. And that's why throughout the Gospel of John, as we've seen throughout our lectures in John, Jesus is saying that he's teaching the same thing as Moses and Abraham and Genesis, right? And the other prophets. It's the same God, it's the Trinity. It's not generic theism. But notice this, whoever won't listen to this prophet, I will require it of him. How will we know that he has spoken the words of the Lord? And he says, when a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass, then he's spoken presumptuously, and you don't have to listen to him. So if he says things that don't come to pass, that's one sign that it's a false prophet. But if he says things that come to pass, Deuteronomy 13, and he says follow another God, then you also don't follow him, because God is testing you and it's a delusion or a trick or a scam or whatever. Now, Paul is just upholding the same principle in Galatians 1 when he says, I'm astonished that you are so quickly deserting him who called you in the grace of Christ to go to a different gospel. Not that there actually is a different gospel, but some of you want to pervert the gospel of Christ. But even if we or an angel from heaven should preach a different gospel, let him be accursed. See? So Paul is saying that the gospel that I delivered to you was not delivered via man. It came from Christ. It is the same gospel Christ preached, contra what Muslims say. It's the same gospel that Moses preached, contra what countless heretics and Marcionites think. So it's the same gospel from the Old Testament to the New Testament to the patristic period. And the principle of not going outside the bounds of Revelation is the focal point here, right? This is what, number one, cuts off any possible cult leader. Any cult leader that comes along that is not consistent with Mosaic revelation, the New Testament, and the church fathers is automatically out of here. You're a cult. No, we know we don't have to listen to you because you're not consistent with the previous revelation. It's that simple. So no JWs, no Mormons, none of that stuff. That's all out of here. Get out of here. We already know from the outset we don't have to listen. Even if a so-called angel, right? It's almost like Galatians 1 could have been written against Moroni. An angel from heaven appeared and he said, follow the polytheistic, no, we don't have to listen to that. Get out of here. Now, that doesn't mean that there's no place for miracles. St. John Maximovich, he was famously clairvoyant. St. John of Kronstadt, he had dreams, prophetic dreams that have come true. How many St. Paisios, Elder Justin of Parvu, have said they're going to send you a stabby. Don't take the stabby. I mean, countless examples of this clairvoyance. But even the clairvoyance is not on the same status as divine revelation, you see. Anyway, hopefully that illustrates the point.
I've got a question.
Sure.
How does hesychasm tie into kind of the topic from Revelation and everything? What are your thoughts on hesychasm?
So again, that's something that's done that's not what when you're new to Orthodox Christianity, this is not your concern. I'm not talking about you or me. But that's for down the road as you advance in the spiritual life. And you do that under, by the way, your spiritual father is not just your priest, right? You might have a not very spiritually advanced priest, but that's your only access to sacraments. Your spiritual father might be a monk in a monastery, right? Mm-hmm. So that's going to be done under a spiritual father down the road. And so he will help you to know whether you're not being deluded or not. So the Orthodoxy is different from Rome and Protestantism, because in Rome, everything is checked like, oh, I got to check with the Pope, right? What's the Pope saying? That's going to be the focal point of how we judge it. And then in Protestantism, oh, it's me and my Bible, right? That's the focal point of everything. So both of those are delusion-based systems, because you're not being checked and balanced by the synodal conciliar model. And if you look at Acts 15, it's not Protestant and it's not papal. When they have the apostolic meeting, even the apostles listen to the other apostles. They do a checks and balance move. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've done large amounts of psychedelics, and you go into certain states that when I study uncreated light and things like this, I very much learned that whatever's going on there for people in that setting, it's 100% a counterfeit. But I do see certain similarities in theory as to what people are trying to do through deep prayer, kind of what hesychasm is all about.
Yeah,
so
but right,
it makes a lot of sense.
So, but you have to be careful, because if you read the book, the elder, the guru, the elder, and the young man, or whatever it's called, like that, he will point out in there, even Father Rhodes talks about it too, that a lot of people who are in Eastern religions, that they're confusing created light with uncreated light. So you can be a Buddhist monk that meditates, or whatever, and you go into the inner domain and you see light and you think, oh, that's God, right? No, that is created light in the noetic realm. Could be an angel, could be a demon, could be anything. And a lot of those people are confusing that with the uncreated light that the saints see. So that's a delusion that's even covered in a lot of our spiritual writings.
Yep, that makes sense. Thanks.
Sure.
Hey Jay, do you have any talks about the stabby that you could link?
They're all, again, guys, I mean, I'm not being rude, but so about once a week I host Lord Voldemort's 4th Hour. I cover most of these topics. People in the chat are asking, when did you cover the Astro World Festival? I covered it for millions of people on syndicated radio and TV about 2 weeks ago. So follow me on Twitter. I link all these things all the time on my social media. So I covered it there. I've covered the stabbies on Rockfin probably 10 times. But we don't cover it on this outlet because you can't. So there you go. The 4th hour of Lord Voldemort's show means Salix Sones, if you can figure out who I'm talking about. And you go to his website and it rhymes with gand.video. You can figure out what that is. Gand.video. The real website rhymes with that, and then you type in J Dyer and you'll get a list of all the videos where we discuss those topics. And it's on Rockfin. So what? I know. I just said we did a Rockfin show. Jamie's in there like, we did a Rockfin show on this. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Who's Papa Ewok? Oh, Green Feathers? Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm not mad. It's just, so from my vantage point, literally there's probably a dozen emails or text messages or DMs every day about where can I watch the videos where you cover this. So again, we can't cover this stuff on YouTube. That's why we do a lot of this stuff on Rockfin, and that's why we do a lot of this stuff on the 4th hour of Salek Soanes' show. Anybody else?
Just a quick question.
Hey, Jay.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Other guy, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I just have a quick question about Holy Communion. Just want to know...
Holly who?
Holy Communion
I'm
Eucharist?
joking, bro. You said it sounded like Holly. It's just a joke. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I guess English is my second language. But just wanted, I guess I've been reading about this recently, and it seems that early believers or Christians used to partake in it every day. And then there's some documents, historical documents, that kind of touch on it, and where I guess they had rules. If you don't partake in it every week, or if you attend liturgy and you don't partake in it, you would be kicked out of the church, more or less. So nowadays at my church...
Whoa. Slow down here. First of all, I've never heard this. I don't know where you're talking about, like the Didache or something like that. I mean, I don't know what you're referring to. I've never heard that the early church said if you don't take the Eucharist every day, you're kicked out of the church. I've never heard this. Where are you getting this?
No. I think it's called, the document is called Apostolic Canons, and I believe in them. They say if you attend a liturgy and you do not partake in a Holy Communion, you would be kicked out. I believe it's...
the correct reading is if you go more than 3 weeks without communion, you're considered excommunicated.
Right. So remember, first of all, that it's not the duty of every individual Christian to weed through ancient canons and canon law and try to apply them. So that's the job of the bishops. And we don't literally apply every ancient canon word for word the way that they're read now. It's impossible to even do that. So yes, there are ancient canons that talk about all kinds of things like this, and you can't go to the shows. If you go to the shows, you're excommunicated. Yeah, but you have to understand the context of the shows at that time required you to participate in idolatrous sacrifices. So if you're new to Orthodoxy, I'm not saying you can't read ancient canons, but this is the Spurg route into Orthodoxy. Don't do that. Learn the basics first. Don't worry about canon law. It's not what you're tasked with.
Yeah, no, I was just asking the question because the church that I go to, and I am baptized.
Okay.
But the church that I go to, typically you're supposed to, pray and fast for 7 days before you partake in it. And I was curious. I read on some other websites from some Greek Orthodox churches that they expect their people to partake in it every week. So I don't know. I just wanted to ask you what your take on it is and what you normally do at your church. How do you prepare to partake in it, more or less? So
we fast the morning, and sometimes you might be fasting the night before. I've never heard anybody say you have to fast for a week before communion. That would mean you always fast, which doesn't make. I've never heard this, so I don't know. Do you go to like a old calendar church or something? I don't.
No. It's a Serbian Orthodox church.
Well, Father Deacon could speak to this. You could speak to this over me. I don't know about this.
Yeah, I've never heard that. If you think about it too, especially because I serve at a Serbian parish, but in the Orthodox countries, I mean, if you think about the way the monks do it, that's kind of the rule. That I should say rule. That's if all things were good and you had this in your country, you would do, if you could, what the monks do. Liturgy every day. So I really don't know. You fast before the liturgy. Typically, you're told that before midnight you stop eating or drinking something. You should be doing your pre-communion prayers in the Psalms before that. That's all just kind of standard. So yeah, I'm not really kind of clear. The ideal situation is you would be going to liturgy and taking the Eucharist every day, which means you fast the night before. Most of us don't live in an opportune situation like that, and so we have to go once a week. And you fast the night before. I've never heard any requirements or even suggesting that you should fast for longer than that.
And I would say too, for a lot of people, because a lot of people have I'm not talking about you specifically, guy who asked the question, but a lot of people have the tendency to, like, they want to, like, jump into doing, like, the most extreme ascetical feats, as if, why don't get in the regular pattern of doing the basics first. If you try to jump into some kind of great ascetical feat before you're even doing the basics of doing the daily prayers and reading scripture every day, I mean, it's just going to be a mess. So a lot of this stuff, that's, as we advance in the spiritual life, you can worry about those things down the road, I would say. But again, I'm not your spiritual father.
I would also say don't do anything on your own.
Exactly.
Don't fast. Don't add extra prayers without talking to your priest. Again, your priest is your spiritual trainer. And just like you wouldn't go into the gym and just, without knowing what's going on, just go for the heaviest weights and do all this stuff because you're all pumped up and got a bunch of zeal, you'll hurt yourself.
Yeah,
and the priest knows that. And so it's better to start off small and consistent. Work your way up, because what happens every time is somebody gets hurt and they fall into despondency. I talked to my priest about this today too, that the devil will, there's times when we're praying at much higher levels, and there's times that we fall off. And what the devil will do is he will use that to go, look at you, you wretched, wretched creature. How far you have fallen. And what is he trying to do? What is the demons and the devil trying to get you to do? To fall into despondency.
Despair, yeah.
And so I was talking with the priest in confession today about, and he was like, those additional and long prayers that you do, don't focus on that is the means of your spiritual progress. Do your daily prayer rule that I'm always, because I'll do the daily prayer rules and then the kind of extended longer prayers or an akathis or something like that. Well, it's hard sometimes to keep up that momentum, and guess what happens to me in my mind is I'm like, what's the matter? What happened to me? Well, we have ups and downs, right? And so, again, all of this, you don't want that to be a measure, right? If you do, the demons will get you and you'll fall into despondency. And make sure that you constantly talk about your spiritual and prayer life with your priest. They'll have the insight to tell you where you're at, what you need to do. And they've seen this over and over. We can't really see in ourselves what's going on. So that's what I would recommend.
We got a few super chats. Big Papa F says $20. Keep up the good work, Jay. My wife and I love your channel. Thank you very much, bro. Appreciate that. Rolf Steaks, $10. Dude, what is going on with PFIZER CEO Neck? I've not seen this. Sounds like a Cheetah Uri, a David Icke level question of the something happening with his neck. I'll have to go watch and see. Golden Man, 2007, $50. I believe James Jordan and George Grant became Orthodox many years. No, they didn't become Orthodox. Well, I don't know about George Grant, but no, to my knowledge, James Jordan has never been Orthodox, bro. I have to disagree with that. Again, my godfather literally just like a few months ago went and met with James Jordan Estate to buy the rights to his studies of the Book of Revelation, because Dean is wanting to write a book and he wants to use a lot of Jordan's material. And no, I mean, he would have told me if Jordan had become Orthodox. I hope he does, but I don't think you're right about that. George Grant, I don't know about. I remember him from the Auburn Avenue controversy days, but I have no idea what he is. By the way, there's a video of Bonson and Sproul conducting a heated. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I listened to the Bonson Sproul debate on tape in 1999 or 2000, probably before even the events of the Big Nine. So yes, I'm very familiar with. I probably heard that debate 10 times over the years. It's really crappy quality, unfortunately. It's on YouTube, so and it's an interesting debate. I mean, Sproul doesn't even get what Bonson's saying, so unfortunately, it's not that instructive. But it does kind of show the fact that the people that do evidentialist, foundationalist type, they don't even get what people are saying from the tag side. So, but yeah, I'm very familiar with that debate. JMel, $30. Thank you for turning me on to Father Peter Heers. His book on ecumenism and Vatican II. Yeah, it's a great book. It's tremendous and answers a lot of my questions about Catholicism. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had said a long time ago in that book that what Vatican II does is that it really kind of restructures ecclesiology around a concentric spheres ecclesiology, so that the Pope and Rome are in the middle, and then the Orthodox, and then Anglicans, and then Protestant, and then evangelicals, and then Muslims, and then Hindus. So everybody's basically part of the same religion, just on a different scale, right? Which is ridiculous, but that's a really important insight. Green Feathers, $10. Thank you, Green Feathers. Anybody else in the Discord chat? We've been going for almost 4 hours. Go ahead.
I had a question.
Okay, sure.
I just wanted to know if you would consider classical logic as one of the transcendental categories, like something that is answers to that same moniker.
Yeah, I think logic is a transcendental necessity for the possibility of knowledge. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I mean, sentences are closely related to logic and math. For example, anytime you predicate of an object, you're invoking some one in many relationship, right? And you're invoking some sort of metaphysical status. The tree is green, right? Or the tree is tall, right? You're making these sort of statements that assume metaphysical things and states of being. I mean, again, we're not asking the question of, do we know there's an external world, right? I understand that if we're going to be nominalists and empiricists, we're going to end up in solipsism. But since we're not solipsists, for the Christian paradigm, sentences require logic. Absolutely. In other words, it would make no sense to say, well, I believe that sentences and grammar has meaning, but there's no such thing as logic. Well, then you would just literally cancel out the possibility of language. So, yes. By virtue of saying that if you think that you can make meaningful sentences and propositions, then by necessity you're assuming logic as well. Because,
would you also say that you view classical logic as kind of a necessary condition to articulate any other paraconsistent form of logic? Like, I often bring the argument that if dialetheism is a logical system, it is itself, it's not kind of not itself, and it's not its negation. And that's kind of how I think about the transcendental nature of classical logic. Would you adhere to that as well?
Well, I think even those other types of logic they're interesting from like a thought experiment kind of perspective, but the world as we know it and the metaphysics that we have for our paradigm require at least some of the fundamental elements of classical logic. So I don't even think those questions are even really. It's like when somebody, I know you're not talking about quantum physics, but it's like when somebody says, bro, what about quantum physics? It destroys classical logic. Well, I mean, the possibility of any kind of knowledge for a human, right, requires the world to be a certain way, at least in some aspects. So the fact that there might be other types of higher dimensions where maybe physics works in a different way isn't really relevant to the way that we're constituted to have human knowledge. So it's almost like an irrelevant question in the sense of epistemology. So we're talking about for humans to have the possibility of knowledge requires something like the Aristotelian categories. And if there's a higher dimension or some other possible world where, you know, something works differently, I mean, it might work to posit that for a thought experiment, but it's really irrelevant to the way humans are constituted to have human knowledge. Does that make sense? Father Deacon, he could probably speak to this better than me.
I guess I'm also asking if you would think it's fair to say that something like in quantum physics they use non-reflexive logic, and if it's fair to say that that system itself depends upon the classical laws.
I think you could probably make an argument like that. Yeah, exactly.
I would ask that too, the dialetheism, in what relation does it have to kind of the standard logic that we have too? Sometimes you can get these formal mathematical systems or formal that pragmatically get you can do certain things. But I would like to know, but at a more fundamental level, how does that relate to the very issue of knowledge itself? Does it always apply in every case? The breakdown of disjunctions and stuff like that. So those are kind of questions. I don't think it's an objection. It doesn't bother me or worry me. Kind of like what Jay said.
But Father Deacon, would you say that you feel like a paraconsistent logic still depends upon the classical laws in kind of a transcendental sense?
Well, it certainly, at the very least, relates to it, right? That, and so I'd put the burden of proof on the person to be like, well, why don't you explain to me how it relates? And furthermore, let me know what. I mean, I don't like. Why would that be a defeater for a transcendental argument?
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, you have to give an account for how knowledge is possible. Like, and so you're absolutizing something.
Right.
The transcendental argument. One way you can formulate it is in the disjunctive. I don't have to, right? There's something more fundamental to the transcendental argument than the disjunctive syllogism, because the disjunctive syllogism depends on that transcendental argument. It's epistemically prior to. So
yes,
I really don't understand what their objections are, or like why that would be problematic. And maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe I'll think about that some more. That. Well, still doesn't it depend on a more kind of fundamental logic?
It's kind of like...
Is it absolute? Does it depend on... Does it exist on its own? Like, those are all really important questions.
It's kind of like when people posit, well, how do you know that there's not a perfectly logically consistent universe where it's just an atom that exists and there's nothing inconsistent or incoherent with that? So there's another worldview that proves your transcendental argument false. But what they don't understand, and it's similar to the objection that JF brought up, you know, with his computer universe of a planet or whatever, that's not actually a defeater, because it's a question of justification. So you positing that possible world actually doesn't function as a justification for the possibility of knowledge. So they don't understand that the transcendental argument is making an argument about the justifications for the possibility of knowledge. So you positing a possible world where there's just a computer or just an atom actually isn't any kind of defeater or a justification. It's really saying nothing.
I think on JF's view, he doesn't use these words, but I think he's kind of a Lewis-style modal realist.
Yeah.
I think he believes that the imagined worlds really exist.
Which is, right, to confuse potentia with actuality, which is exactly what the sim theory people do. As we're going to see when I go through the analysis of this guy's book, you'll start to notice that he's making the same mistakes of people like JF and others who are arguing that, well, if it's potential, it has to also be actual. And that's something that Father Deacon's pointed out with the Lewis guy, that what happened is that some of these physicists don't understand philosophy. So they actually think that when philosophers talk about possible worlds, that somehow that makes them ontologically real. It's just kind of stupid, really.
You should watch that video of Professor Dreyfus up in Berkeley, Hubert Dreyfus, who's a
phenomenologist.
He's one of the leading Heideggerian scholars, but
Yes.
he's an interesting figure because he also taught at MIT and has quite a bit of interactions with the computer science guys and their AI project.
Yeah, we read Dreyfus in my grad phenomenology classes, so we had to read him, Husserl, Heidegger, and Dermot Moran in our grad class. So I know what you're talking about.
His critique is hilarious because he's like, these scientists keep thinking they're coming up with novel things, like they're on the cutting edge. They're the first person to come up with this idea, and he's like, don't you realize that this stuff has been thought through in philosophy and failed like hundreds and thousands, sometimes even 1,000 years, 2,000 years ago? And they're like, we're working, they don't even realize, because they don't read philosophy, that they've already worked through these ideas.
Primary example is this MIT guy's book on simulation theory, Rizwan Virk, that I'm covering right now. Because later on in the book, he starts talking about potential worlds and actual worlds, and they're literally thinking that they're collapsing potentia into actuality, pure act. So it's like a reverse Thomism where anything that's potential has to also be actual.
And they kind of get this way too, if you think about, if they can get a formal system or if they get the mathematics to check out, they think they've proven it.
Yeah, well,
Part of their ignorance is just the philosophy of science, that you can have multiple paradigms and you get all the mathematics to check it. That's not what makes it real. But for a physicist, they were like, oh, we did it. We've proven through the mathematics the ontology. So they're making the same mistake with these possible worlds.
Yep.
If the possible world formally works out and the mathematics is good, therefore it's actual.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's so dumb. It's like, so they're operating on a naive empiricist epistemology, and then they don't even realize they're starting to do metaphysics with all this gibberish. At the same time, it's still saying that we don't do metaphysics, even though they don't realize all this quantum gibberish nonsense is literally the reintroduction of fantasy and metaphysics. It's just crazy. Like like you said, it's physicists don't know anything about philosophy, and then they're coming up with philosophical concepts from 2,000 years ago that have already been argued. So
every single, I challenge any of you to find some type of scientific theory that wasn't already worked out philosophically in the history of philosophy.
Well,
that'd be an interesting project.
The ironic thing is, like, the in the salmon theory book, the guy's like, he's an MIT guy, and he's like, whoa, bro, it's like Carl Jung, it's like Plato. He's like, we discovered Plato. It's like, dude, you didn't discover anything. Like, you're just repeating Gnostic systems from 2,000 years ago. It's like,
yeah, good point. I'm sorry you got to read through that book, man.
Well, no, actually, it's actually interesting because it's showing that the science tech crowd of people is realizing the collapse of the last 100 years of materialism, and they're trying to make sense of it, and they're trying to cope with intelligent design arguments and principles. They're like, oh, whoa, it looks like the universe is actually like totally super designed. It's crazy. It's like, the creationists, Christians have been saying this for a long time. What are you talking about? They're acting like it's some great discovery, and it's like they're just trying to steer all of the creationist design arguments that are coming about in the last several decades that are really just impossible to ignore. They're trying to steer it into, oh, but we live in a simulation. And by the way,
you know what they're going to do? They're going to go the movie Interstellar route, right? Well, this intelligence must be coming from it's not coming from God. It's coming from ourselves in the future.
No, he discusses that in the book. He says the different.
I know. It's just like.
Yeah, he says the different possible theories are aliens, some kind of Gnosticism of an evil creator God that's imprisoned us, or our future selves have advanced to the degree that we're in a simulation that they put us in. We don't even know. So yeah, he mentions that actually.
Well, that's what I said in class the other day. You know, I was holding up Newton's Principia and Einstein's relativity, and I said, actually, did you know that I actually built a time machine, went back in time, and taught them all of this? It's not their word. They're ripping me off.
Yeah.
In the future. I mean, if they can pull that off, why can't I? I'd be like, no, I wrote all these works. I wrote Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Einstein's Relativity. What's another good?
There's probably some schizo right now who's literally trying to argue that and try to copyright like all the great classic works of literature and say that they're actually his.
There's probably a bunch of people in Discord writing down. They're like, okay, what was that again?
All of our Discord schizos are literally writing that down, trying to figure out how to argue that in the court. They're like, no, actually, because there was a dude who was saying that Bitcoin is actually an evolved super AI that's 500 years advanced from us, and the Bitcoin AI is imprisoning us, and we don't even know it. So actually, the simulation is run by Bitcoin, which you didn't know, but yes.
That's actually, it's quite creative. They make for nice stories. They make for nice bedtime stories you'd like to tell your children.
Well, they're actually, but they're kind of like recycled, like Philip K. Dick style. I mean, it's just like, I feel like I'm just hearing Philip K. Dick all over. And by the way, Philip K. Dick, he actually believed in simulation theory. He said we're living in a simulation. So, and of course, everybody knows he was like, you know, straight up Gnostic, but yeah, it's just rehashing the same ancient stuff all over again. That they think they're making some grand discovery. It's no different than like the stoner who, you know, trips really hard.
Yeah.
And, bro, we're all one. I just realized it. Nobody's ever thought of this, dude. We're all one.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of thinking when you were going through that, I'm like, it sounds like drug abuse and weird thoughts that a person would get from messing with their minds, which I guess that's what bad philosophy is. It's drug
it's
abuse.
A kind of drug abuse.
It's nobody ever says they want to grow up. When they grow up, they want to be a bad philosopher. Subscribe to a false paradigm. I learned it from watching you, Dad.
So, Two Chin says for $5, the premise of Bitcoin is based on Satoshi being wrong about Bitcoin. Okay, so I'm sure that's a super 7,000 IQ statement that I just don't get. But I have no idea what that means. So
I gotta let you go, man. I gotta go get dinner. Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, Jay.
Yep. Thank you.
Well,
any last questions before we close out tonight? We went 4 hours.
I would like to ask about, if I can.
Okay.
About the primacy of honor and Eucharistic ecclesiology, because I got confused by reading the primacy of Peter.
Wait. Primacy of honor and Eucharistic ecclesiology? What do you mean?
How is that connected to Constantinople or Rome? Like, what does it mean?
Eucharistic or Orthodox? I'm confused.
Eucharistic ecclesiology.
I don't know what you mean by Eucharistic ecclesiology. You just mean the Orthodox idea that the fullness of the church is in the local church?
Well, it's from the book, if you read it, Primacy of Peter by John Menderoff.
No, I don't have that book. Meyendorff?
Meyendorff, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I have like 4 of Meyendorff's books. I don't have that one.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, so, but I mean, I'd be glad to answer. What's the question exactly about primacy of honor?
A primacy of honor, like we attribute that to the Constantinople, right? But what's that? What does that mean? Like,
well, it's a canonical privilege. So if you look at Constantinople I, in the canons of Constantinople I, that's when you have the first instance of the statement that Constantinople would be equal to Rome, old Rome, in the primacy of honor. So the mindset of the church fathers at Constantinople I clearly wasn't Vatican I, because they thought that Constantinople should have the equal honor as Rome. And then by the time of Chalcedon, the famous Canon 28 debate, right, is rejected by Leo, not because Leo thought that he was a Vatican I super bishop, but Leo says that it violates the order of Canon 6 of Nicaea. So the Leo's argumentation disproves the Roman Catholic position, because he doesn't argue that Canon 28 is wrong because he's the supreme infallible judge. Rather, he appeals to Canon 6 of Nicaea, which says that Constantinople can't be raised above Alexandria. So Roman Catholics is way out to left field on this. They don't even know the context and the actual historical debate on the issue. But primacy of honor is, again, if Rome had not apostatized, Rome would have the primacy of honor in being the Petrine and Pauline see. It was called doubly apostolic. But by the way, as Denny shows in his book, Papalism, it was not the only apostolic see. Any see that had apostolic succession is called by many church fathers apostolic see. So again, it's another one of those names that Rome appropriates over time, and then says, "Oh, we are the only apostolic see," right? But if you look at when Irenaeus talks about Rome, he says it's doubly apostolic because of Peter and Paul. And then when you go read Vatican I, it rejects the argument of Irenaeus and says you cannot say that Rome's primacy has anything to do with it being Peter and Paul. Paul has nothing to do with this. It's only because Peter died there and supposedly gave some kind of special privilege to the Bishop of Rome, which, again, they have to say that because Peter is the founder of Antioch. So if the Antioch succession comes from Peter, why doesn't it have the Petrine supremacy? Oh, well, because Peter died in Rome. It's like, literally, that's what they base it on. Well, there's just a special privilege there because he died there. Oh, and where is this from? Oh, because Vatican I, right? And if you look at the privileges of Rome, when it says that Rome has a doubly apostolic privilege, that doesn't mean anything to do with like ex cathedra infallible pronouncements. And that's why there's so many canons in each of the ecumenical councils that's contrary to Vatican I, which proves that the church in those centuries did not have the Vatican I mindset. And that's why the Church of Rome, many centuries later, propped all this up with forgeries, because clearly it wasn't in the first 1,000 years. So they had to rely on all these misappropriations, forgeries, out of context quotes from Augustine, from Leo. And then when the modern day Roman Catholic apologists get shown up on all this, they just go after us personally and say that we're all just a bunch of demons and evil people because they can't answer any of these from a scholarly standpoint, aka Ibarra, Lofton, and all that crew of goobers. So primacy of honor just means simply that. Canonical privilege. Read the canons of the councils and see how they treat the Bishop of Rome. They do not treat it like Vatican I, and that's why Roman Catholics contradict themselves by saying that, on the one hand, it was always the case that the Church universally understood the Bishop of Rome to be supreme, infallible, and universal in his jurisdiction, and then they turn around and contradict and say, well, it was a seed thing that evolved over time, it wasn't always there. That's a contradiction, goobers. Both of those things can't be true at the same time, and you all argue both of those things. Half the time it's one, half the time it's the other. It can't be both. It can't always be true and universally understood, but also a seed thing that evolves. It's just so stupid that we have to constantly deal with these dumb arguments over and over and over because they're lazy. And they don't read this stuff. They don't care. Two Chin says for, go ahead. Two Chin says for $2. I said BTC. Not okay. So here we go. It's this. We have to do the same argument over. I'm not making that. I'm not getting into that argument with you. So I know you believe in the conspiracy theory, and go believe that. Go. Good for you. Good job, dude. I don't care. I don't believe. I'm not convinced.